Good evening and welcome to the April 27th, 2021 meeting of the Santa Monica City Council. Before we get started,
Mayor, let me call the roll. Let me call the roll first. Sorry.
That's the only thing I forget. I forget that every time.
Councilmember Parra.
Here.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember McKeown.
Here.
Councilmember Brock.
Here.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Here.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Here. And before we move into closed session, there's an item of agenda management that we would like to do, and that is staff has requested that item 8 be heard before item 8A, I'm sorry. So 8B before 8A, because 8B will be public intensive, and we want to give them a chance. So may I have a motion for that, please?
So moved.
Well, Mayor, I have a question.
Yes.
What happens to members of the public who are expecting us to do 8A first and arrive late and miss their chance to talk on 8B?
That's why we're announcing it now, Councilmember McKeown.
In general, or once we start a meeting, unless there's an urgent reason, changing the agenda item order can, not necessarily, but can disenfranchise people. So I have great caution about doing that.
Thank you, Councilmember McEwen. And I guess if you think that this is such a drastic change, you can vote against it. Motion by McCowan. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Parra. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember McEwen.
No.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Parra.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes 6-1.
Mayor, I'd like the record to show the reason for my no vote is concern that changing the agenda order on the night of a meeting can confuse and disenfranchise members of the public. And I would prefer that we think this out ahead of time and publish the agenda in the order we actually intend to do it. I think that's better for the public.
Thank you, Council Member. Madam Clerk, could you please call the closed session?
Yes. We have several closed sessions. The first one is an existing litigation. It's Guadalupe Olmedo versus the City of Santa Monica. Then we have a conference for real estate negotiator. And this is for property parking area East Airport Park Expansion West and 3200 Airport Avenue, Santa Monica. The city negotiators are Jennifer Taylor, Economic Development Manager, and Stelios Margridis, Chief Operations Officer at the Airport Director. Owner of record, the City of Santa Monica. Persons to be negotiated, Angel City Football Club, and under negotiation are ground lease and building lease terms. And then we had existing litigation with John Doe number 1 et al. Versus the City of Santa Monica PAL. Then we have John Doe number 1 versus City of Santa Monica PAL. John U.A. Doe et al. Versus City of Santa Monica PAL. John Al Doe versus City of Santa Monica PAL. John Doe number 7 versus City of Santa Monica PAL. John P.S. Doe versus City of Santa Monica PAL. John F. M. Doe et al. Versus row number 1, row number 2. John U. N. Doe versus City of Santa Monica PAL. John O. Q. Doe et al. Versus the City of Santa Monica PAL and the City of Santa Monica. John Doe number 17 versus City of Santa Monica Powell, John Doe 18 versus City of Santa Monica and Santa Monica Powell. And I don't believe we have any callers. Vicki, did we have the one caller that was on? Did we have the one video caller?
We don't have any video caller for this item.
Okay.
And apparently we do have a caller for this item now.
Okay, we do have one caller for this, Mayor.
So let's hear our caller and then we'll move into closed session. Thank you.
The caller is being transferred in in a few seconds.
Okay, Mayor, we just found out that that caller was not for the closed session, so we have no callers.
Then let me ask City Attorney Cardona, when do you think we'll be back?
So two things, Mayor. First, I think we'll be back at approximately 6:30. I expect we'll be able to get everything done in an hour. Second, if I might inquire, item 1C, Councilmember Delatorre, these are the Powell-related litigation from which you recused yourself last time. Am I correct that you'll recuse yourself again for the same reasons that you stated on the record at the April 13th meeting?
Yes, correct.
So, Mayor, we'll proceed with the other two items first and then go to that item third so that Councilmember Delatorre can depart from closed session prior to addressing that issue, that set of cases.
Thank you very much. And so to members of the public, we will see you, we hope, at 6:30 p.m. for our regular meeting. Thank you. Good evening and welcome back to the April 27th, 2021 session of the Santa Monica City Council. And I believe we have a report out from our closed session from Mr. Cardona, our city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. On items 1B and 1C, those matters were heard with no reportable action taken. On item 1A, the plaintiff, who was 94 at the time, alleges that she fell and suffered head and soft tissue injuries when, on November 1st, 2017, the Big Blue bus on which she was a passenger began moving forward after she had gotten out of her seat to disembark. The city does not admit the allegations, but to avoid the expense and burden of further litigation, we recommend settlement in the amount of $21,000.
I move that settlement.
Second.
Moved by McEwen, seconded by Davis. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Member De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
and Mayor Hemmelrich.
Yes. So that passes 7-0 on a motion by McEwen, seconded by Davis. And now we're moving on to item 2.
Item 2A is Commendation, Corey Newlander.
So Corey, are you there?
I'm here.
You ready to blush?
I'm ready to blush.
Oh, look, and we see her. Hello. So let me read this commendation, then I'm going to ask other council members to contribute if they want. Whereas Corey Newlander joined the city of Santa Monica as a staff assistant 3 in September 1990. She worked in what was then the Community and Economic Development Department in Administration, Community and Neighborhood Services and Planning. And whereas Corey Newlander was hired into a permanent position in the Housing Division of the Resource Management Department in 1993. And whereas Corey Newlander joined the Information Systems Department in 1995, where she ably and reliably supported city staff and managed technology projects for over 25 years. And whereas Corey Newlander served as technology training coordinator, effectively developing and delivering technology training as the city transitioned to mobile computing and cloud-based software, including SharePoint, BlueJeans, and Microsoft Teams, and implementing and supporting the My SMI software to support continued development by all city staff. And whereas Corey Newlander facilitated remote public comment during city council meetings throughout the COVID-19 pandemic with civility, technical aptitude, and patience, and whereas Corey Newlander consistently provided outstanding service for the city staff and citizens of Santa Monica with courteous, prompt, and professional conduct, doing her job with enthusiasm, dedication, fidelity, and loyalty. Now, therefore, I, Sue Himmelrich, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members of the City Council, do take great pleasure in commending Corey Newlander for her 30 years of dedicated service and loyalty to the citizens of Santa Monica, and extend our very best wishes to her for a happy and rewarding retirement. So this is where I cry, maybe, but I just want to say that I have received more compliments about how Corey has handled these meetings than I've received about anything else relating to these meetings since I've been the mayor. So yay, Corey, great job. And I will miss you. Kevin.
Thank you.
You know, we're doing this meeting online tonight, and we take it for granted. But in March of last year, when COVID hit, And all of a sudden, the governor said that you could do public meetings online. We didn't have a clue how to do this. I was mayor at the time, and we worked through different ways that we could not only be able to speak among ourselves effectively, but invite members of the public to be part of the discussion and have that work. And what we landed on, and it's probably one of the best decisions I made as mayor, was to have Corey introduce people into the meeting every night, to be the handoff between the people who are actually staffing the phones and the city council meeting. And I think immediately that first week, a star was born. And as Sue has mentioned, I've heard nothing but praise from the community about how Corey has handled this. But I don't want to make people think that the last 13 months are all that she's contributed to our community. You talked about her joining the Information Systems Division 25 years ago. She's been the primary voice, as far as I know, for the helpline within the city, which has enabled our employees to make that transition, which for some of us was second nature, but for some people it's pretty difficult to go from the paper world to the digital world. So, Corey, your contribution over those decades in what you made possible in the future success of our city, that's one I won't forget any more than I'll forget how well you've handled your job as our introductory person, the door person here for the city council meetings. You've been appreciated from both sides of the door, and I'm certainly one of those appreciators.
So, Corey, thank you for everything, and I, for one, will stay in touch. I see Councilmember Davis has a comment, and I think that our city manager, and Councilmember McCowan, so let's go.
Well, I certainly echo everything that the mayor and Councilmember McEwen said, but I also think it's important for people to know, and I got to know Corey a little bit because of out in Santa Monica, and she is just genuinely one of the nicest people you would ever want to meet, and that translated into her dealing both on the helpline internally and with shepherding people who were wanting to call into the meetings externally. So, it's great that she's competent and it's great that she knows what she's doing, but she's a perfect person, an employee, and that she's also just so genuinely nice and therefore will be sorely missed.
Thank you, Gleam.
Councilmember McCowan?
I just want to say, Corey, it hasn't been that long, but your voice, I think, for me has just been an absolute saving grace, when we have these, and then just getting to know you to the extent that I've been able to. I'm so inspired because this, who you are today and what you're going to go on to do is everything we all would hope. The New York Times had an article the other day called "Welcome to the YOLO Economy," this idea that people are jumping ship and starting off on new adventures to do other things. And I'm just so excited for the next chapter because I think a lot of what Councilmember Davis said and Councilmember McKim, which is like, it's even more opportunity to shine. So it's been a pleasure. Congratulations, and thank you for your service to our community.
Thank you, Kristen.
City Manager Dilg.
So I'll be quick because I'll have an opportunity to talk next week, but I just want to echo the council's thanks. Corey has exemplified the customer service and really the personal human interaction that we aspire to have even in environments that keep us so far apart. Corey, you have been amazing to our community, and I have watched for years as you have sat next to people and taught our staff how to use new technology that really does make us more productive, that has brought us into a 21st century form of government that set us up so well to telework in the pandemic. And that's not just because of our systems, it's because of your training to groups and also the hand-holding for those for whom it was a struggle to move into our new systems. We just are incredibly grateful, Corey, and wish you the very, very best.
Thank you, Lane.
Councilmember De La Torre, did I see your hand?
Yes, I just wanted to thank you for your service and thank you for exemplifying just great customer service and making us all feel welcome. Appreciate you and wish you well on your next venture.
Thank you, Oscar.
So, yay, Corey.
Thank you.
After you leave, we'll talk about your next adventure. How about that?
That's a deal. So
Okay.
do I have a minute to just jump
Yeah,
in? I know we
you
have a
do.
long night ahead of us, but I did make some quick notes. I'm usually behind the scenes, so it's nice to be on camera, although briefly. And I'm so incredibly touched by everything that you've all said and everything that I've had the opportunity to do in my career here. I may cry, and I'm not going to apologize because I'm retiring. And so many of the people that I've met here at the city, and even on council, and even on in management, are people that I now call friends, and I'm really grateful for that. And to top this amazing career off, this 30-plus year chapter, with being able to help council and make this unprecedented year a bit easier to navigate is really an honor. And I just have to give you one very quick story, like Phil sometimes does, that I had a recent dream that I was moderating the Supreme Court, a Supreme Court hearing, and I had to tell Justice Sotomayor that she was muted. So I want you to know how much I have internalized this even in my sleep. So thank you so much. And I have to show you this amazing gift that I got from council. It's going to be backwards for all of you, but I'll show you. It says, congratulations, you're in retirement and your time starts now.
Everybody mute, please, because we can't hear. Thank you.
Somehow everyone got unmuted. So let me just quickly show this again. It's a hoodie sweatshirt, and it says, congratulations, you're in retirement and your time starts now. And if someone doesn't get that joke, you haven't been hanging around council for very long. So thank you all. Mayor, you're muted. We muted everyone.
Yeah. What's your last date, Corey?
Monday, this coming Monday.
Oh, so I'm glad I got to say goodbye before.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I'll be around town. I'll see everyone around town.
And I'll hunt you down. So thanks, Corey, and thanks for everything.
You're welcome.
So, Denise, I think that we're ready for consent.
Yes, so before we go with consent, I'd like to ask if the council would like to combine the city council and the housing authority item. They're both under consent.
Let's take a roll call. May I have a motion? Do I need a motion for this?
No, we don't need a motion for this because I'll call as long as everyone's in agreement. Let me call the housing authority. Let me call you as the housing authority.
Great.
Commissioner Parr.
Here.
Where are you? Oh. Commissioner Davis.
Here.
Commissioner McCune.
Here.
Commissioner Brock.
Here.
Commissioner De La Torre.
Here.
Vice Chair McCollum.
Here.
And Chair Himmelrich.
Here.
Okay, so as the housing authority, you will receive You'll receive $50 for this meeting. So now let me go to the consent item. The consent calendar will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion, and we have two callers. This item.
So does anyone want to pull, don't we hear the chits first?
The public speakers first.
Yeah, so let's hear the speakers. Sorry. Having one of those days.
Transferring Denise Barton.
Welcome to the meeting, Denise. Your time starts now.
Good evening. Starting with item 3E. My public input is misrepresented in both the Housing Commission and City Council minutes. Then in item 3F, why is it so hard to find out which city employees are paid for by HUD? With Andy Engel's response being, go to page 76 in the city's budget, which does not have a full listing of the Housing Authority employees. You shouldn't have to go to followthemoney.com to get this information because it shows a real lack of transparency for the City of Santa Monica and its Housing Authority. Next, regarding the housing service goals. There has been no movement on the support services for the disabled in the last year, including a qualified ADA coordinator to achieve equity for the disabled in the city's affordable housing program. Instead of the continued discrimination against the disabled affordable housing tenants by the city's housing authority employees, just like the unqualified city crisis management employee basically committing fraud for not providing services to the disabled that you are receiving funding for, including the non-existent ADA coordinator that has no list of duties for a public records request. And on the subject of things that are missing from the housing authority, why is there no flow chart for the department? And why does the housing authority executive director also have no list of duties? Then for the resident advisory board, isn't it interesting that you'd mislead HUD to have the board appointed by city staff to avoid the Brown Act? Here I must request that the Section 8 board members, including the one that's supposed to be sitting up there with the council, be elected by Section 8 program participant vote, considering the Housing Commission Section 8 board members were the only Section 8 tenants notified of the formation of the resident advisory board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Olga Sarosco.
Welcome, Olga, to the meeting. Your time starts now. Olga, your time starts now.
Good evening. This is Olga Zarowska speaking to item 3F. Question: what is the point of the public comment process, including the approval of the housing plans tonight, if the housing authority already submitted the plans to HUD for approval by April 17th? That's 10 days ago. Why were RAB members notified that they could submit their comments to April 19th if 2 days prior to the date HUD already received the plans from the housing authority? This just shows the usual disrespect for the process and the cutting of the corners by the housing authority and the local HUD office. It also shows that the Santa Monica Housing Authority Board, which is the council, is merely a figurehead body used for rubber stamping documents and unaware of the responsibilities and unwilling to engage in the housing authority related matters. The Santa Monica Housing Authority Board is the body that should have and still needs to formally delineate through a resolution how the Santa Monica RAB is formed, who participates, and establish the number of Section 8 representatives that must sit on the Housing Authority Board in accordance with the federal law. The Housing Authority Board should direct staff to elicit from the RAB their preferred method of selection or election of such representatives. Staff is not in a position to impose that on the RAB. The RAB is the advisory body to the Housing Authority Board, not the other way around. And the RAB definitely does not work or follow the lead of the Housing Authority staff. If there is no election of the Section 8 representatives to serve on the Housing Authority Board, but rather a lottery is used to select the representatives, the lottery must be conducted publicly and in a transparent manner. Otherwise, I can tell you right now who will be sitting on the Housing Authority Board representing Section 8 tenants. The Housing Authority has a long history of suppressing the power that Section 8 tenants are supposed to possess, including by handpicking the representatives that the Housing Authority feels will benefit them rather than the Section 8 tenants. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roska. Do we have any more speakers?
Last caller.
Would anyone like to pull any items from the consent calendar? Councilmember Brock?
Like to pull 3F, please.
Anybody want to pull anything other than 3F? Councilmember De La Torre.
I just have a quick question, but I don't know if I have to pull the item to get the question asked.
I believe you do.
Okay. Well, then let's pull the item. It's the item dealing with. I had it and then I lost it. With the fire station, the fire station.
3C. The design build contract concerning the fire the modernization.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, so will someone please move the consent calendar other than 3C and 3F?
I move the remainder of the consent calendar.
Thank you, Councilmember McEwen. Do I have a second? Seconded by Brock. May we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Commissioner Parr,
Yes.
Councilmember Commissioner Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Commissioner McKeown,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vice Chair McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember Commissioner Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember Commissioner De La Torre,
Yes.
Chair Mayor Himmerich.
Yes, so that passes 7-0.
So let's start with item 3C was approval of third modification to design build contract with Hathaway Dinwiddie Construct Company for the City Yards Modernization Project, and Councilmember De La Torre pulled this item.
Yes, so what is your question, Councilmember De La Torre?
Yeah, I know that other fire departments will be using the facility, and I just wanted to know if they are compensating the city for that service.
Good evening, council members. Chris Bishop from Public Works. This may actually be a question for fire. Lane, is anyone on?
I don't think we have anyone on from fire.
Maybe Councilmember Parra, who just raised her hand, has an answer to this.
Hi, thank you. So historically, we have mutual aid agreements, within the fire service, and so it's kind of an unsaid agreement that we share or we use each other's training facilities. So I know that Santa Monica, for example, Santa Monica and Beverly Hills have at some point trained and used Culver City's training facility, and vice versa. So if hopefully that helps to clarify it. But we all kind of work together and train together and use each other's facilities.
Right from the horse's mouth, huh? Councilmember Brock.
I have a construction question, I think, for Dinwiddie. What is their contingency percentage and construction management fee? And if they exceed their cost of improvements, are they obligated to complete regardless, or do they come back to us with a change order?
So taking that piece first, yes, it's a guaranteed maximum price. So the price cannot go above that. And then it would be any savings that they have where they come in below that. The contract has a specified cost sharing clause where the city receives 60% of any savings below that upper threshold, and the contractor receives 40%. So that's their incentive to save money and work efficiently and come in under is the cost savings clause. There is no construction management fee. We're performing the construction management of it in-house. So we're using city staff to manage the contract and the contractor. And I'm sorry, remind me of the third portion, the contingency?
Contingency percentage and construction management fee. And I'm happy we don't have that construction management fee because we're doing those things in-house. I think that's wonderful.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so,
go ahead
for 1 second. I will calculate.
City Manager Dill may have. No?
Lane, do you have something?
No. I just want to say we do receive grant funding as a regional training center for through the fire department. To answer Councilmember De La Torre's question.
And I believe the contingency is approximately 3%.
Thank you so much.
So will a council member please move 3C?
So moved.
So moved.
Moved by De La Torre. Let's hear a second. Seconded by Parra. Let's have a roll call vote.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember McCown,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, and so that passes 7-0, and we move on to 3F.
3F is adoption of fiscal year 2021 through 2022 Santa Monica Public Housing Authority annual and administrative plans, and Councilmember Brock pulled this item.
Yes, so
Go ahead, Mayor.
yes, because I should call on you before you just start, Councilmember Brock.
I understand. That's why I silenced
Thank
myself.
you. So go ahead. Thank you.
So, based upon the two speakers who spoke and a host of other questions, and being a relatively new council member, I have questions about the housing authority and what we're doing. So, one of the questions I received from three residents was that I understand we've been violating federal law for 13 plus years by not having a Section 8 representative sit here with us when we discuss housing authority issues, and by not having a resident advisory board for 13 years for Section 8 tenants. So I guess my first question is any of this true, and is any of the items that the speakers brought up accurate? And if so, how do we correct these items? And then I have two other questions.
Good evening, council members. Jim Kemper from the Community Services Department. The federal government has said the Santa Monica Housing Authority is in compliance with that. Because we have a housing commission that has two members of that are two voucher program participants who also serve on the resident advisory board. So we are in compliance with that. What they said is prior to June 30th of this year, when those commissioners term out, that we need to contact the resident advisory board members, allow them and ask them if they have an interest in serving on the housing authority board. If they do, if we do receive feedback from that, we have to allow them 30 days to respond. And depending on the response, if there's no response, just for example, then there is no requirement to have a participant on the housing authority board. Our thinking was then if there's one participant, federal law requires that have at least one. So if one expressed an interest, we could automatically assign them to the board. That would also create an 8-member board. So our additional thinking was the council may want to have two participants on the housing authority board. And then beyond that, our thinking was the housing authority staff doesn't want to be in the position of having to pick who's on the housing authority board. So our suggestion just was a lottery. If the council had another idea that that they want us to pursue, that we could still meet that deadline, that's fine. For example, we could have folks apply using the kind of boards and commission a modified form, and then the council at its June 22nd meeting could make appointments to the housing authority board.
Thank you. Second question. Are the housing authority bylaws up to date right now, or do they need to be modified to reflect there's now a RAB, or a resident advisory board, for Section 8 tenants?
We believe they're up to date.
Okay. Maybe you could check that and see. The public, it seems like the Housing Commission, the public requested there be a separate web page for the Housing Authority for transparency, clarity, and efficiency purposes. Is the Housing Authority, and I don't know the answer to this, is it an autonomous division, or is it just part of the Housing Authority or Housing Division? I don't even know how I'm asking the question really, but that's what people are telling me, that there's some confusion. And I'm obviously part of that confusion.
We tried to lay that out in our response to the public comments, but the Housing Authority is an operation within the city operation. It's not a standalone, separate office. That's what you're asking.
I guess, and there are ways for Section 8 tenants to contact the Resident Advisory Board and make sure that they have easy ways to have feedback going both ways.
Well, yeah, all the voucher participants are the Resident Advisory Board. Again, in talking with the federal government, we asked, why do we need to limit the Resident Advisory Board to a certain number of people? Why not just have everyone who is a participant be a board member?
Great, that sounds good. Last question. Can the Housing Authority, we had talked about this in another council meeting, but can the Housing Authority seek assistance from HUD to make the homeownership program for housing choice voucher holders a reality in Santa Monica? Is there a way to apply for that program to be applied in Santa Monica? Because that would help the renters of Section 8 to eventually maybe be able to own something. And that's my final question.
The undertaking the homeownership, Housing Authorities having a homeownership program as an option. It's not a requirement, but undertaking that we believe involves a lot of work and would probably need some additional staff. And so, staff, we are not recommending that, but if that's the direction from council, we would have to come back to you and tell you what that would look like in terms of staff resources.
And Councilmember Brock, I have to chime in for the Brown Act. That's not on the agenda tonight.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So the action on the agenda tonight is only approval or non-approval of the report that's been submitted.
Okay.
That would have to be the subject of a direction at a later meeting.
Thank you so much.
And we can take that question back, council member, as a question that you posed.
Okay. And that's all it is. Thank you very much, Lane.
So, Councilmember Parr, are you going to bring up, so apparently there is a member of the public who was, who wanted to speak on this and was not able to get into the meeting. Her name is Teresa Morosco. Have you, Corey, Denise, have the phones received any messages from her?
We're checking. Hold on, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Parr, do you have something else to say while they're checking?
Well, I had a question of staff regarding what one of the callers brought up. So I don't know if right now is the appropriate time to ask my question.
Sure. There is no other time.
Okay, great. No, so Ms. Zaraska, she brought up a couple points that I had also read in the staff report, and I was just wondering if you could please provide some clarification on it. One of the things is I understood that the report had already been submitted to HUD, and then REB was asked to submit questions essentially 2 days after that report had already been submitted. Can you explain why you guys did it that way?
Yes, we spoke with HUD. What was submitted to HUD was the same draft we put out there for public comment, because the federal government said, submit to us that draft. We understand that you're not scheduled to take this before council until April 27th, but submit the draft, and whatever changes are made by the Housing Authority Board, if any, then you can turn that in as the final. So we had a 45-day public comment period for anybody in the public. We had a similar comment period for members of the Resident Advisory Board. We had a Housing Commission meeting on April 15th, which was another opportunity for public comment. But what was submitted to council, to HUD, was a draft, and the public comment period was open until April 19th. And all the comments we received are presented as part of the staff report in your packet tonight.
Is that how this is normally done, or this is just an exception? Normally everything is timed out properly?
Yes, this is kind of a pandemic. Well, in the sense that the HUD was saying, look, rather than you, it's kind of a gray area, but we wanted to follow their advice. The plan was due on the 17th, but they said, given the pandemic, we will let you turn it in a few weeks after that and not be penalized, if you will. So they said, but submit what you put out there for the public, so at least we know there's a draft version of it.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Brock.
Since Mr. Kemper, I know that the two callers threw a lot in there, and so I'm glad you're clarifying the HUD report deadlines. That's valuable because that's one of the things that they said. Is there anything else in the and this is very general, I apologize, but is there anything else in the comments that were made by the public that you could respond to give members of the public clarification and comfort?
Well, in attached to the staff report is a multi-page document where we summarize the comments from the public, provided our response, but then actually attach the actual written comment so folks could see that. So that is attachment D. And I would encourage anybody, that's an opportunity to kind of be educated and informed about the particular questions brought up by the public. It's a several page document, so I'm not sure if you're asking me to go through that now or.
No, that answer is enough to say to people that they can go read that. I guess I do have one last follow up. Since we are the housing authority, should we receive any type of training regarding our positions as housing authority members once a year or something? Or are we basically all we do is approve whatever is going on? Are we modified rubber stamps?
That wouldn't be my perspective. I guess I would answer it more generally that the staff is not usually directly involved with council member or board member, housing authority board member trainees, but we could, we could work with the clerk's office, with the city attorney's office, with HUD, seeing what's available, and certainly put that information together and see what would make sense for the council acting as a housing authority board. Yes.
Thank you. I move that we.
Councilmember De La Torre has a comment. Thank you.
Real quick, just want to make sure that as we approve these items, and there was another item, I didn't pull the item on the CDBG, the Community Development Block Grant, that we just do, that staff takes the time to do robust outreach for organizations and, individuals that are not part of city-sponsored, agencies or groups. So just, along, Section 8 tenants, for example, low-income residents in the Pico neighborhood, just two areas that we should consider moving forward. Just more robust outreach so that we have, fair and adequate representation. Thank you.
So, Denise, Ms. Marosco says she still can't get in. If I give you her phone number, or I should text it to you.
I'm just curious. She spoke on the item. She gave her public comment.
No, Teresa Marosco?
Teresa Marosco, we never called. We did not close we didn't close the queue until after Olga spoke. So, but I checked with our handlers, and no one received a call. We have the queue open from 6:15, and no one received a call from her on this item.
And
we didn't. We did not close the queue.
Let me just say to her now, because I assume that she's listening, that the queues are open right before the beginning of an item, and then until so for public comment is accepted before we move into discussing pulled items. So it would have been closed actually quite a while ago. I don't know what to say, Ms. Morosco, other than that, except that you do need to call early enough in the meeting to get in. And other than that, I don't know what to say other than the instructions are on the first page. So
Mayor, as I said, this queue, we opened the queue at 6:15. It was open, and you guys didn't come back until later, so.
Right, so it was open. We came back at 6:47, so it was open for over half an hour. Correct.
Right. And we didn't close it until after 7:10, after Olga finished talking. And you guys started to move towards making the motion.
So let me say to members of the public that we open the queue at the beginning of items and close it as we start discussion, and we don't take comment after we started discussion, and I do apologize. But that is the only way we can actually have a meeting that that flows and makes sense and hopefully doesn't go until 2 in the morning today. I really apologize that you didn't get in tonight, but I think we do need to move to a vote at this point. So I saw Phil moving and Oscar seconding. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay, so 3F is moved by Councilmember Brock and seconded by Councilmember Delatorre. May we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Parr?
Yes.
Commissioner Davis?
Yes.
Commissioner McKeown?
Yes.
Vice Chair McCowan?
Yes.
Commissioner Brock?
Yes.
Commissioner Delatorre?
Yes.
Chair Himmelrich?
Yes, and that passes 7-0.
So now we need you to adjourn the special meeting.
So I adjourn the special meeting of the Housing Authority. And we are on to item 5A.
Item 5A is appointments to the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Committee, and this was continued from April 13th. And so before we get down to this, and there are callers on this item.
Yes. And let me say something, Denise. I think that I ought to say whenever we're at this point, let me say to members of the public that if you want to call on item 5A, you need to call now or you will not have an opportunity to speak on this item. How's that?
That works. Okay, so now we do have some callers. We do have callers on this item.
Thank you. So let's have our callers, and let me repeat, if you want to call on 5A, call now.
We have a video caller as well.
Okay. So when you go into the meeting, you will hear it inviting. They'll say, welcome to. Okay? Right, no problem. Good luck. Welcome, Scott Wolf. You're in the meeting and your time starts now. Would you like your video on?
No, thank you. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Great, thanks. Good evening, Mayor Himmelrich, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan, and council members. My name is Scott Wolf, and I'm one of the candidates applying today. I want to thank the city for moving forward on the PSROC based on the recommendations of the advisory committee. I also applaud the delay to wait for candidates for the 18 to 22-year-old seats. The PSROC will be critical in shaping policing in Santa Monica for the next generations, and it is critical that our younger generation is a party to that change. I don't believe I'm different from most of your candidates in front of you today. Most will proclaim their past experiences with law enforcement as a positive, in a framing where they want to bring the community and police together. I'm here to say that I'm here to hold the police accountable and reduce potential harm. I will be a critical voice when discussing policing of all of our neighbors. Santa Monica's progressiveness has not made us immune to the systemic racism that is foundational to policing in America. But I'm not here to drive a wedge between the community and our police force. I'm here to help envision a future of Santa Monica where the community can be kept at peace without the need for batons. A community that can reach a hand out without needing to carry a gun on a hip. In the meantime, I want to ensure that accountability of our police force through changes such as ending qualified immunity, ending civil asset forfeiture, and requiring SMPD officers to reside in the communities that they police. While there are several well-credentialed candidates with decades of experience dealing with law enforcement in front of you, I ask you to consider the outsider with a passion for accountability and improving our community through compassion. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf.
Thank you.
Transferring Bert Champagne.
Okay, you're in the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Bert Champagne, and I'm a proud supporter of Santa Monicans for Democracy. We are really gratified and relieved that this important commission is moving forward. My hope is that the commission really helps the council to consider thoughtful policy options and to be open to real and lasting improvements in policing. Let's really take a look at what is happening in our city and around the world and become a true leading city in smart, strategic, and functional solutions. Times of crisis, while painful, also provide the best opportunity for learning. We all been through a lot this last year. Let us learn from it and make things better. Thank you for your time. Be well, and good luck, Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Champagne.
Transferring Kimberly Mile Lawson.
Welcome, Kimberly. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening, Mayor Himmelrich, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan, and council members. My name is Kimberly Miles Lawson, and I am an applicant tonight for the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission. The commission was recommended in the response of the tragic killings of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Ahmaud Arbery. When the protest took place last year, I was a student at Santa Monica College, adjusting to learning virtually and taking care of my 9-month-old baby boy. This was especially hard because this was my first semester back in school, and as a first-time mother, every day there is work to do and a lesson to be learned. I wanted to march, I wanted to make signs, I wanted to wear all black, and I wanted to make a public cry for change, but I couldn't. I could not take my 9-month-old baby, who depends on me to care for him, to march and protest with me knowing that he would not be in danger. The people that were protesting for his future safety, and I felt extreme guilt that I would not be able to advocate on his behalf and on behalf of my son, who I love so much. Working on the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission is a duty that I would hold to the highest regard because I believe law enforcement can be held to a higher standard. I have faith that the Santa Monica Police Department and the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission can work together to ensure that the concerns and needs surrounding policing in Santa Monica are achieved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miles Lawson. Oscar, no questions. Did you read my email? I'm sorry.
No, can you repeat her name?
Kimberly Miles Lawson. MYLESLAWSON.
Next caller, please.
Can you transfer in the next caller, please? Hi, we can't hear you. Is the next caller in the queue?
Esther, I would go back to that one, put that one on hold and go to the next one and then come back to that one at the end.
Thank you. And for the public, Corey is training Esterlina Lugo from our clerk's office to take over Corey's job. So tonight may not run like clockwork, but we're doing the best we can.
Can we have the next caller transferred in, please?
Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, welcome to the meeting. Welcome to the meeting. Go ahead. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Meredith Kuhn, and I'm an organizer with Santa Monicans for Democracy. I'm calling tonight to express my best wishes for the creation of this new Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission and the people selected to serve on it. Although long overdue, I feel that the forming of this commission is an unquestionably good step, and those of us with SM4D, our favorite abbreviation, are proud to have perhaps hastened its creation. I hope this group will be able to achieve what we've called for in the past years, and especially strongly in the past 11 months. Greater transparency from City Hall and better democratic civilian oversight of our police department. Thank you for your time and best of luck to the new commissioners.
Thank you.
Transferring Derek Devermont.
Good evening, Derek Devermont. Your time starts now.
Good evening, Commissioners. As you heard, my name is Derek Devermont. I believe the ideal candidate should approach this commission without agenda and as free of bias as possible. In my profession as an attorney who practices in the criminal justice field, I have represented police and I have represented those who are frequently investigated by the police. My job is to look at rules and policies and decide what they mean and what is and argue for a proper path forward. That is what I think this commission should do. I think this commission should be approached with almost judicial judge-like philosophy that does not favor any side and moves forward in all interests for what is best for Santa Monica and all the parties involved. I believe one of the focuses of this commission should be mental health care for police. Access to that health care in a way that isn't detrimental to their career. This way we could stop problems and misconduct often before they happen. I thank you, and I hope and pray for your vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Devermont.
Hello, can we transfer the next call, please? Hello? Is someone on the other line? Can we transfer the call in, please?
Yes, you might want to move to the next call.
Like the agents are having trouble hearing when they're being unmuted. So just an FYI.
You mean
Welcome,
on Aaron? Hello?
Hi, welcome. You're in the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor and council members. This is Robbie Jones. I am just coming to you tonight to say, I sit on the Committee for Racial Justice, Coalition for Police Reform, Santa Monica Black Agenda, and every other committee.
Ms. Jones, you can keep talking, I hope.
Yes. Okay. I hope so. Because I guess what I really want to say is I had the privilege of sitting on the Santa Monica Police Committee, Public Safety Committee, with 4 amazing people. Mike Schotten, Angela Scott, and Mark Morgenstein, George Brown. I can't think of anyone who would be more qualified to be a commissioner for Santa Monica. I think we would really benefit from them being on. They're knowledgeable, smart, and they're the ones that you should choose for this commission. I would hope that you would do that. They brought forth the recommendations and everything else. They're very aware of things that are happening not only in Santa Monica, but around the country. So please consider those 4 people to be on this commission. Thank you.
Thank you,
Good
Ms.
night.
Jones. I see Joe Schmitz has entered our meeting. Are you speaking on this matter? Mr. Schmitz? You need to unmute. Did you expect Mr. Schmitz? No? Sorry.
Transferring Erica Leslie.
Hello, Erica. Welcome.
Hello.
You're in the meeting. Your
Hello.
time starts now.
Good evening,
Hi.
everyone. Hi. Good evening, City Council members and Mayor Hemmerich. I'm calling on behalf of 2 constituents that have applied to be part of the Public Safety Commission. Please take into consideration the people that are affected the most during this time under police brutality, and consider the people that are affected the most. Consider Angela Scott and Kimberly Miles Lawson to be a part of that commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leslie.
Good evening.
Transferring Robert Rocco.
Good evening, Robert. You are in the meeting. Your time.
Hi there. This is actually Philip.
Oh, sorry.
My name is Philip Paracco. It's okay. Good evening, Council. My name is Philip Paracco, and I'm a supporter of Santa Monica for Democracy, calling on item number 5. It's a great step in the movement for equity in the city of Santa Monica with the formation of this commission. With this commission, I hope they can provide the council the guidance and push needed to continue to complete the police policy reform and budget promises we have talked about since mid-2020. We have come so far, but have so much more work to follow through on and complete as a city. Thank you for my time, council. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much. How many more callers do we have?
I believe that was our last caller.
Shall we check before we go on, Denise? I just want to be sure.
Yes, I checked with, no more callers. I just checked with our handlers. There's no more callers.
Okay, great.
Did we ever hear from our video call, Joe Schmidt?
Yeah, our video caller was Scott Wolf. He was the very first person.
Oh, good.
I think that Mr. Schmitz may have been here on a later item.
Yeah, I think he's here on a later item. So, Mayor, before you guys begin, I wanted to notify and inform you of the list. So there were 71 applicants. 6 of them do not qualify because they are not residents. So I'm going to give you the names so you guys can know who they are. Timothy Conley, William Dunn, Daryl Good, Samirit Kalasa, Kimberly Miles Lawson, and Marby Ann Tejas. So they apply, but they do not qualify because they don't meet the resident requirement.
Thank you. And can you tell us what procedures we're going to use to make these selections?
Yes. So the procedure. So the way we're going to go with the appointments is we're going to do the first seat for the youth for the short term, or let's reverse it, for the 4-year seat for the 2025, and then we're going to do the second youth seat for 2023. So that's how we're going to start, and then we will go to the permanent members, and we'll start off with the longer seats, the 3 seats for 2025, and then we'll do 2 seats for 2024, 2 seats for 2023, and then 2 seats for 2022. Does that make sense?
Actually, Denise, can I weigh in here? Because under the ordinance that was passed, the selection of the commissioners who have the varying terms is supposed to be done by lot, as opposed to council selecting the members for those longer terms.
So that means we do the shorter ones first?
No, so I think what it means is that the commission would simply select 2 members who are the younger members, those 2 seats, and then there would be a drawing by lots to put one of those in the 2-year term and one in the 4-year term. And council would then select the other 9 members, and then there would be drawing of lots to place them into the various term seats for the transition period.
Oh, okay. Okay, so that means that we just need to choose the 2, and the commission will then, okay, and then we'll choose the other 9. I'm sorry, council, you will select the 9, and then the commission will put them in their perspectives. Is that correct, George?
Yes, the commission by lots, they'll draw lots amongst themselves to put themselves in the various seats. So the council tonight should simply choose 2 people for the youth seats and then choose 9 people for the non-youth seats.
Okay.
Was that written into the ordinance, George? Is that?
It is. It's section 2.50.080A, which reads, the 2 commissioners between the age of 18 and 22, when appointed, shall classify themselves by lot, such that one shall serve a term expiring on the 2nd succeeding July 1st, and the other shall serve a term expiring on the 4th succeeding July 1st. The other 9 commissioners shall classify themselves by lot, such that 2 shall serve terms expiring on the next succeeding July 1st, 2 shall serve terms expiring on the 2nd succeeding July 1st, 2 shall serve terms expiring on the 3rd succeeding July 1st, and 3 shall serve terms expiring on the 4th succeeding July 1st. So that was written into the ordinance.
I believe that it was written into the ordinance, but I don't remember knowing that at any point, and I wonder if any members of the council understood that the time that people would be serving on this commission would be determined by lot. And I'm just not quite sure how to proceed because of that. I understand.
There's no ability to change that right now because the ordinance is not before council. So all that's before council tonight is the appointment of the commissioner.
George, isn't it correct that an individual could be reappointed to a second term under our rules?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
So I think the bigger problem is that as we thought about this as a council, and I may be the only one who thought this, but I thought that I was parsing who was for 3 to how many years, right? And that was going to be our choice and not done by random chance. And maybe I'm the only one whose decisions around this are affected by how long people will be serving and whether that should be by lot. But if nobody else has any objections, I'm willing to proceed as we pass the ordinance.
Okay, so Mayor, there's 3 candidates for the youth lot that qualify. Nicole Lisserin, or Licente, Miranda McLaughlin Bassaret, and then Samantha Mota. So those are the 3 who applied for the youth who qualify. Do I have any nominations?
So maybe I'm premature in this, but did we just nominate someone?
Yeah, you just say a name, so I'll show you. Samantha Mota.
Miranda McLaughlin Bassaret.
Councilmember McEwen.
Mayor, to keep this from going until August, shouldn't we each say 2 names and then the clerk can just see who got the most votes? Because they're both going to be determined by lot. There's no point in doing them separately.
I agree, but then are we going to go and each of us is going to say, and look, Councilmember McEwen, you're more experienced at this. I've never done an original commission before. So then do we say 9 names after the 2?
What we've done in previous situations like this is to put out all the names, each of us, let the clerk determine who passed the threshold, and then we'll go back if we need to fill the remaining seats.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Okay, so let me go through and ask Councilmember Parra, who are your 2?
The 2 that have already been.
There have been 3.
Okay, so that's
Moda.
Moda. Okay. Councilmember Davis.
Yeah.
Bessarian Moda.
Councilmember McKeown.
Samantha Mota and Miranda McLaughlin-Basseri.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Sari Moda.
Councilmember Brock.
Sari Moda.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Bessari Moda.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Bessari Moda.
Okay, so that's our 2, that's your 2 youth. And then now let's move to, oh, it's going to be a hot mess. Okay, hold on a second.
Well, that was
Okay.
easy, Denise, right?
Yeah, that was the easy one. So keep in mind, Timothy Conley, William Dunn, Gerald Good, Simmerit Kalasa, Kimberly Miles Lawson, and Marby Ann do not qualify. Okay, so let's start. Councilmember Parra, who are your, I'm sorry, Councilmember Brock.
It doesn't, if you want Christine to go first. If not, I'll go.
Okay, so I'm gonna go in order. So this is okay. Councilmember Parra, if you could go in alphabetical order, that would be helpful for me. You're 9.
I didn't write them in alphabetical order. I'm sorry. I'll try to look at them.
Okay.
So Elizabeth. Okay, now I'm gonna get messed up.
Just give me
Craig
a
Miller.
name.
All right, Craig Miller, Lana Negrete, Derek Devermont, Elizabeth Brown, Luis Ramirez, Manju Raman, Elizabeth Brown. Already got that one. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Jason,
Who was the one before?
Manju Raman,
Oh, okay.
Jason Feldman,
Okay.
Morena, and I think I'm missing one, right?
I missed one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I need to, so let me tell you who I have. I have Brown, Devermont, Feldman, Miller, Morena, Rahman, and Ramirez. Who are your other 2?
Elizabeth Brown.
Okay, I do have her.
Okay. Lana Negrete.
Negrete?
Negrete. Mm-hmm.
That with an N? I'm sorry, I don't remember them offhand. Oh,
Yes,
okay.
with an N.
Okay, and then who was the other one?
George Centennial.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Davis, who are your 9?
All right, be honest here on the 9. George Brown, George Centennial, Jaime Cruz,
You say
Derek
Cruz?
Yes,
sorry,
Cruz.
Jaime. Okay.
CRUZ, Derek Devermont,
Uh-huh.
Greg Morena, Mark Morgenstern, Lana Negrete, Angela Scott, and Michael Schotten.
And I'm sorry, Gleam, who was before Scott?
Lana Negrete.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember McKeown.
I think I can do this in alphabetical order, and I'll try to go slowly.
Okay.
George Brown.
Okay.
George Centeno.
Okay.
Joel Curry. Rebecca Lantry.
Wait, Joe Curry?
Corey. K-H-O-U-R-Y. Corey. Or maybe it's K-O-U-R-Y.
I'm sorry. Okay.
You have that one now?
Yes, Rebecca Lantry.
Rebecca Lantry.
Mm-hmm.
Greg Morena.
Okay.
Mark Morgenstern.
Okay.
Angela Scott.
Okay.
Michael Schotten.
Mm-hmm.
And Michelle Wittig.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Okay. So I have Elizabeth Brown.
Okay.
George Brown.
Mm-hmm.
George Centeno.
Okay.
Mark Morgenstern. Oh, sorry, I went out of order. Greg Morena.
Okay.
Mark Morgenstern.
Okay.
Ana Negrete. Angela
Okay.
Scott.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, hang on. Okay. Paul Song.
Okay.
And Michelle Wittig.
What was the last one?
Michelle Wittig.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Brock, you're 9, please.
Craig, these are not in alphabetical order, sorry. Craig Miller, Derek
Okay.
Devermont.
Hold on a second.
Oh, wait.
You said Craig Miller and Devermont.
I think Mayor Pro Tem McCowan has something.
Okay.
It's fine. Sorry. My mistake.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Let me start over. Craig Miller, Derek
Got that.
Devermont, Jason Feldman, Human Hamati, Lana Negrete.
Hold on a second. You said Kumati?
Hemmati is the last name.
Oh, okay.
Lana Negrete, Greg Morena,
Mm-hmm.
George Centano, Manju Raman, and Joe Palazzolo.
What was the last one?
Palazzolo. First name Joe.
Okay, and who was before Joe Palazzolo?
Manju Raman. Before that was George Centano.
George Centano, okay.
So Palazzolo, Centano, Morena, Negrete, Hamate, Feldman, Devermont, and Miller.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember De La Torre, you're 9, please.
You said it would help you if I go down the applicant
In alphabetical order, yes.
and the applicant list would help then, right?
Yes.
Okay, well, let's go down the list then. Let's go with George Centeno.
Okay.
Let's go with Jaime Cruz,
Okay.
Jason Feldman,
Okay.
Uman Hamadi,
Okay.
Craig Miller. How many do I have now?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5.
5. Greg Morena,
Mm-hmm.
Manju Raman, Luis Ramirez, Angela Scott. Does that get me there?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes, that's 9.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, Elizabeth Brown, George
Okay.
Brown,
Okay.
George Centeno,
Okay,
Derek Devermont,
okay,
Craig Miller, Lana Negrete, Angela Scott, and Paul Song.
and Paul Son. Okay, so let me give you the George Centeno. Got all the way across. Derek Devereaux got 4.
Devermont.
Sorry. George Brown received 4. A second. Greg Moreno. Mark Morgan. No. Mark only got 3. Is it Lana Negrete?
Lana Negrete.
Yes.
Lana Negrete. Angela Scott. Okay, so we have to go through again. Oh,
I'm
Craig
pretty
Miller,
sure
sorry.
Craig Miller.
Craig Miller got
Miller.
4. Craig Miller. Okay, so let me tell you how many we have. So George Centeno. No, first George Brown. Greg Centeno.
Wait, Greg is Moreno. It's George
Greg
Centeno.
Moreno, yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, so it's George Centeno, and then Derek Devermont, then Craig Miller, Greg Moreno, Lana Negrete, Angela Scott. So that's the 1, 2.
You left
3.
out George Brown, I think.
No, he was the very first one. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we need to do this again for 2 people. So here are the ones that here's the ones that you all, that got the majority, more than 4. So it's George Brown, George Centeno, Derek Devermont, Craig Miller, and Greg Moreno. And then we have Lana Negrete, Angela Scott. So that's 7. So we need to do this again for 2 more people. Are you guys ready?
Yep.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes, can we make any comments before we go to the next round?
Mary,
I don't.
it's you.
Well, we don't really have a set procedure for that, but sure.
I just want to say that, I really believe that those that are closest to the problem need to be closest to the solution, and African American men, Latino men, really important that we have representation, especially from the Pico neighborhood. And for that reason, I want to make sure that Jaime Cruz and Luis Ramirez are considered.
So, and Oscar, I want to say that there are other people of color. We have Asians. We do not have, and I looked at this for diversity. I agree that diversity is an important component here, and I do think, particularly in light of the violent episodes we've had, that we need to consider Asian Americans, Pacific Islanders, to be an important part of our solution.
Do we know? I don't know the race and ethnicity of many of these applicants. It's hard to determine. For example, I can only know with Spanish surnames. It's easier for me to do that, but and I know the individuals that I just talked about. And
Paul Song, I know, is Asian, and I recruited him.
Okay.
So,
do we have any African American males that are?
George Brown is African.
Okay. All right. Yeah, it'd be very embarrassing if we didn't have one African American male. I mean, I don't want to do that, you know.
And I should just remind you that while diversity can be a goal, you should not be selecting people based on their race or ethnicity. Diversity can be a goal, representation can be a goal, but selection should not be made based on race, ethnicity, or any other protected classification.
Okay. Councilmember Brock, did you have something to say? Or are you just waiting?
I have something to say. But what I wanted to do is, can you repeat the list of people who had the majority of votes so I can cross them off because they're already good?
Okay. George Brown.
Okay.
George Centeno. Derek Devermont. Craig Miller. Greg Moreno. Lana Nakat. What is it? I'm sorry.
Negrete.
Negrete. Angela Scott. So those are the 7.
And I also want to note one other thing, that out of 7 people, we have 2 women.
Okay, let's do round 2. Councilmember Parra, we only need 2 from you.
I will do Elizabeth Brown, and I will do Manju Raman. 2 women.
Councilmember Davis, you're 2.
Jaime Cruz and Mark Morgenstern.
Councilmember McKeown, you're 2, please.
Mark Morgenstern and Michelle Wittig.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan, you're 2, please.
Sorry, my internet, it just dropped you guys. So everything you said in the last few minutes, I'm at a loss. But I think you're calling on me for 2 more.
Yes, that's correct.
So I'm going to go with Paul Song and Michelle Wittig.
Councilmember Brock, you're 2, please.
Raman and Hamate. Both South Asians.
I'm sorry, you said Kamate?
I said Hamate and Raman.
I'm sorry, I never hear that one right. Okay. Okay. And Councilmember De La Torre, you're 2.
Manju Raman and Jaime Cruz.
And Mayor Himmelrich, you're 2.
Manju Raman and Elizabeth Brown.
Okay, so the only one we have 4 is for Manju Raman. Okay, we're getting there. Let's do this again. Do you need me to give you the names again, Councilmember Brock? You're good?
No, got it. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember De La Torre, I need 1.
Jaime Cruz.
Councilmember Brock, you're 1.
Jaime Cruz.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan, you're 1.
Jaime Cruz.
Councilmember McKeown, you're 1.
Mark Morgenstern.
Councilmember Davis, you're 1.
Jaime Cruz.
Councilmember Para, you're 1.
Jaime Cruz.
And Mayor Himmerich, you're 1.
Elizabeth Brown.
Okay, so Jaime Cruz is the 9th appointment.
And I will change my vote. Oh, wait, that is my vote. I will change my vote to Jaime Cruz. It isn't mine.
Okay.
But I will change mine. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so that is our 9, and then we have our 2 students. Okay. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It wasn't as bad as we all thought it was going to be, right? And now.
So next we go to the second reading.
Congratulations, wait, Denise, we need to congratulate. Congratulations to everyone who was appointed. This is going to be a lot of hard work, and I think that some of us on the council will be making sure you're doing the hard. So thank you for doing this, and I look forward to seeing the results.
Okay, so next we have the second reading and adoption of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Santa Monica, making minor changes, corrections, and clarifications to Santa Monica Municipal Code sections 9.6120, 9.61150, and 9.61200 related to administrative approval, exempt signs, and signs for establishments with frontage along the 3rd Street Promenade. And this is a second reading.
Move adoption.
I second. Roll call vote.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmerich.
Yes, and that passes unanimously on a motion made by Davis, seconded by Himmelrich.
Next, we have item 7B. It's introduction and adoption of an ordinance amending the remotely controlled delivery device ordinance to allow remotely controlled devices participating in zero emission delivery zone program to serve businesses citywide. And we do have some video callers on this item.
How many, Denise? Do we know how many?
I believe we have at least 3.
Thank you. And
That's
we
just
have a
video.
staff,
Yeah, that's
and
just
we have a
video.
staff report, right?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you waiting for me? For the
Are you the staff report? Yes, we're
Yes,
waiting for
I
you.
Let's see. I don't know.
Didn't expect to be up so soon, huh?
Can you see my screen?
I can, and everybody.
Great. Hello, Mayor and Council members. My name is Kyle Kozar. I'm Senior Transportation Planner in the Mobility Division, and here tonight to present to you on expanding the operation area for remote control delivery robots to be citywide. A little bit of background. If you remember, last summer, a company called Coco started operating remote control delivery robots for foods and goods services delivery here in the city. At the time, and still today, the city did not have a regulatory structure or a specific permit for these types of delivery services, be they autonomous or remote controlled. Because of the lack of knowledge at the time and regulatory structure, in October of last year, Council placed a moratorium on autonomous delivery robots. However, directed staff to begin to test and understand these new services by way of allowing remote controlled delivery robots to operate as part of the Zero Emissions Delivery Zone pilot program, which launched in January of this year. Currently, 2 companies, Coco and KiwiBot, are operating as part of the delivery zone, and a third company, called Tortoise had been accepted as a partner and plans to launch soon into the future. Just a little bit of background on what the Delivery Zone pilot program is. In April of 2020, the city was selected by Los Angeles Cleantech Incubator, also called LACY, to participate as the host community for the pilot program. This program was designed to create a scalable model for electrifying light and medium-duty deliveries in urban areas, and it cleanly and aligns with our emission reduction and pollution reduction and vehicle congestion goals. It supports our climate action and adaptation plan and our EV action plan. The zero emission delivery zone is approximately a 1 square mile area covering downtown Santa Monica, the Main Street corridor, and Ocean Park neighborhood. It's really there to, the goals are to really support local business by providing alternative delivery options, which, really important for local restaurants and things like that, especially now in time while they're recovering from the economic impacts of COVID, to incentivize clean delivery modes and to test the deployment of various types of new transportation technologies like e-cargo bikes and light trucks, and of course, the delivery robots. The delivery robots that are participating have an agreement with LACY, and so the way they typically work was they would be partnering with local restaurants and grocery stores to make deliveries for them. The range is about a half mile to a mile, and at times those robots, while their point of origin might be in the delivery zone, they might travel to end the delivery outside, of that boundary area. The program is obviously overseen by LACY and the city, but we do get feedback from an advisory committee that meets monthly. It's made up of a whole slew of different types of partners, delivery partners who are testing and utilizing some of these technologies, as well as regional partners and community partners that have really helped us with the placement of things like loading zones and given us feedback on how these different technologies can impact the community and local businesses for better or for worse. And so we get a lot of feedback from them, and it helps kind of drive our decision making and how we craft this program. So as I had mentioned, in the agreements that the delivery robots have with LACY, there are some guidelines given. These guidelines were created by city staff and LACY staff in partnership with the delivery robot companies. They're kind of a work in progress, and we're looking to, through this pilot program, refine and build regulations that are fair and help promote the business, but also promote public safety. And these guidelines would ultimately be the basis for any sort of future regulation that can be codified into the municipal code coming out of the pilot program. They include things that are listed here. They need to be remote control, so human operated, obey laws and yield to pedestrians, be equipped with flags and lights for high visibility. They can't be parked or dwell in the right-of-way or stored in the right-of-way. Speed limits, weight limits, need to have a 24-hour contact information on the device in case they need to, somebody needs to call and report an issue or something. And then lastly, obviously reporting incidents and operational data that will be used, to analyze how the systems work, what's working, what's not, and for our future kind of planning of future regulations for these types of services. So short and sweet with that, pursuant to council direction that we received at the last meeting on April 13th, tonight staff is recommending that council adopt an ordinance amendment to the municipal code that would allow the remote control delivery services devices that are participating in the pilot program under these guidelines, rather than be restricted to starting in the delivery zone boundary, but rather operate citywide. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. You all have them.
Can we take down the, I'm sorry, Kyle, but thank you. Yes, Councilmember Para.
Hi, Kyle. Thank you for that report. So my question to you is based that this has been a pilot program. I know I asked this last time, but can you please share if there's been any incidents with any of these devices, and any concerns or any complaints that you've received?
None that I am aware of. I haven't, received any, and not to my knowledge from our partners at Lacey or anywhere else have we received any complaints or incidences or accidents.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other questions? Then may we hear public comment, please?
Year ago, the house.
Mr. Schmitz, are you?
Hi, Logan. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Logan. I've been a local general manager of a downtown restaurant for over 4 years. And really, I want to speak to the past year that we've really witnessed the destruction of our industry. We're in need of innovative solutions to save money and satisfy our hungry guests. As an operator within the current delivery zone, our establishment has been able to embrace options such as Coco and other mobile delivery services to get our guests food quickly, reliably, and safely. However, this industry we build needs all restaurants to remain viable and requires all restaurants to enjoy access and relief for our sector to survive. Please extend the current so that all Santa Monica restaurants can realize the same benefits that I have. Thank you for your time and have a great night.
Thank you, Logan.
Good evening, Hunter Hall. You're in the meeting. Would you like your video turned on?
I'll just stay on audio for now. That's fine.
Okay, your time starts now.
Great, thank you. Hi, my name is Hunter Hall. I'm the executive director of the Main Street Bid. But as many of you know, I'm an active restaurant consultant and lobbyist throughout Southern California. And like the previous speaker said, the restaurant industry has suffered a measurable loss over the last year, and it is desperately in need of innovative solutions like Coco and other robot delivery options. The third-party delivery companies like Uber Eats, DoorDash, and others have really cannibalized the restaurant industry for the last several years. It's not a sustainable model, and it doesn't actually help restaurants. Companies like Coco are great options. They hire locally. They're innovative, they're clean, and they're fun. Let's face it, who doesn't love seeing a cute little robot go down the street? It gives Santa Monica an edge, and I really encourage you to expand this program citywide. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Transferring Timothy Masamba.
Good evening, Timothy Masamba. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hi, Mayor and council members. My name is Timothy Masamba. I just want to say I live in the Pico area here in Santa Monica, and for item 7B, I've actually ordered from Coco quite a bit, and it's pretty convenient, and most of the stuff I've ordered from is typically on Main Street, but if it was expanded over here, that'd be great. I know for one, Tacos Por Favor and Pano Burger and a few other spots that I ordered from regularly would be, that'd be kind of nice. I mean, it is it's a robot that shows up. A lot of the kids like it, and it just, it shows up, you grab your food and drives off, and I really enjoyed the service, and if we could continue that expansion, I would greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Masamba.
Thank you.
Transferring Zach Rush.
Good evening, Zach Rush. You're in the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Zach Rush, CEO and co-founder of Coco, the Santa Monica-based remotely piloted delivery service. Thank you for considering this item tonight. I wanted to quickly summarize the comments I made in our letters and at your last hearing. Since we were given approval to operate in Santa Monica in October, we have completed thousands of local deliveries without any major problems or complaints and have hired over 60 people in the region to support our operation. Restaurants have found us especially useful during COVID as we provide a more affordable local delivery solution, often less than half the cost of car-based delivery companies. This has helped businesses stay open during the pandemic and kept their employees in their jobs. When the city discussed remotely piloted delivery vehicles last year, the two key concerns were ensuring that there would not be too many operators in the city and that there would be a vetting process. The city wisely decided to use the Zero Emission Delivery Zone program that was already in development as the application process for interested operators. This program launched in February, and we are thrilled to be a partner in it. Our current challenge, based on the way the original ordinance was written in October, is that restaurants outside of the downtown and Main Street area are not able to use our service. So while our vehicles can travel throughout the city to deliver to all residents, if a restaurant in the Pico neighborhood or mid-cities wants to partner with us, we currently have to tell them no. We would love to service them and support our community with the post-pandemic economic recovery. Please vote yes on item 7B and amend the ordinance to allow operators approved to participate in the Zero Emission Delivery Zone program to serve any business in Santa Monica, regardless of its location. Thank you again, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Rash. Is that it for the callers?
I think
Yes,
we have one. I think we have one more. Who it was? Was Homa calling for this item? I'm not sure.
No,
Nikki?
that's for 8B. Almost for
Okay.
8B.
And the phone. There's a phone caller. Is that for 8B also?
Has it been transferred in?
There's a call sitting there. I don't know if that was the last caller or not. Is that Zach? Let's see.
Hello, are you here for 7B? Hi,
Okay.
is anybody there? That must be the last caller then.
Okay, then that's it, Mayor.
Yes.
That was our last caller, yes.
Great. So now, do we have any discussion, question, or motions? Is anyone going to move 7B? Thank you. Councilmember Davis.
I move 7B.
Second.
Moved by Davis, seconded by McCowan. Councilmember McEwen.
Wait, I have a question.
I was a bit skeptical when this came up a couple of weeks ago because we did this as a pilot for a reason. We wanted to assess the safety and the public reaction. And I'm very much swayed by the fact that the safety record appears to be impeccable. And tonight and generally, I haven't heard a bad word about this service. So the public is obviously accepting of this, and so will I be then. So I'll be voting for this.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yeah, just a quick question in terms of the cameras. Like, how do residents know that they're being filmed, or where the cameras are on the devices, and what type of protocols are in place to protect people from being filmed? You know, like, it seems like they can be filming children. I just want to know more about sort of how the cameras work. You know, what are they doing with the data and so forth?
I can't. I would have to check back in to see specifically, but to my knowledge, they're not storing that data. The cameras, it's not like they're filming this stuff and then storing it, to my knowledge. But I'd have to check on that. So the cameras are really just a real-time being able to navigate, you know, the device as it moves. But that's something I can double check and get back to council on.
Yeah, and just important to know, like, how the data is handled. Like, for example, do they delete all the data after 30 days, for example?
So Kyle, I think Councilmember McEwen may be able to help.
Yeah, I think we had a discussion of this when the enabling ordinance for the pilot was passed, and the very similar questions were asked and answered at that point to our satisfaction by the vendor.
And he said, Oscar, at that time that there was no data stored.
Okay, that's good to know.
So I think we're ready. Councilmember Brock.
I just want to make one comment. First, I love this technology and I love the idea. I remain somewhat concerned that delivery drivers who are just coming out of the pandemic as well, and for many of them, delivery was their second or third job of the day. That we maybe, as much as Coco says they're hiring people, I'm still concerned that many delivery drivers may lose their jobs and their livelihoods when they're struggling to make a comeback. So that concerns me. I would hope that Coco would do their best to hire some of the newly displaced delivery drivers that they are helping displace. Thank you. But I'll be voting for it.
Why don't we have a roll call vote, Denise?
Councilmember Parra. I don't see her.
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember McCune.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yeah, I'm going to abstain on this. I'm concerned about a few issues.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes 6-0-1, I guess, is how we record that. One abstention.
Yes. Okay, so next we're moving to item 8B, which is a comprehensive review of boards, commissions, and task force. And we have callers. We'll have a couple callers on this. Okay.
So let me say again that we are hearing, we restructured our agenda at staff's request early in the meeting, and we will be hearing item 8B involving the boards and commissions before we hear item 8A, which is our legislative priorities, because we did want to encourage the public to comment on this particular item that so concerns them. So, and I'm guessing we have a lot of comments. Is that right?
We do have some callers. We have some video callers. Yes. And the lines are open for the phone calls as well.
So let's begin with the staff report. Thank you.
Okay. So Mayor and council members, I'm Denise Anderson-Warren. I'm the city clerk. I'm returning today to present the results and recommendations of the work performed by the Boards and Commission Community Working Group. First, I'd like to thank the community and staff members, Matthew Stevens, Rebecca Lantry, Nicholas Rolson, Marilyn Shirk, Pam O'Connor, Abby Arnold, Alvin Gillitz, Satara Yavari, and Phyllis Thomas Miller for volunteering their time to work on the tremendous amount of work involved in this comprehensive review. I'd also like to thank all the boards and commission members who provided valuable information responding to the survey sent to members, as well as those bodies who met and provided feedback on the recommendations. As you know, my office was tasked with establishing a community working group to perform a comprehensive review of all boards, commissions, and task force regarding best practices and consider possible consolidation of certain boards and commissions with similar missions and purviews. Tonight, my assistant city clerk, Nikema Newsom, will present the group's and the clerk's recommendations. Recommendations will be separated into categories, those that are procedural changes that can be adopted into the general policies and procedures governing the boards and commissions and task force to become effective July 1st, 2021. And direction can be given for future consideration around boards and commissions consolidation, reclassification, budget definitions, and appointment methodology. And then finally, approve a policy permitting boards and commissions to meet quarterly for the remainder of the 2020-2022, 2021, or until the end of the fiscal year 2022. So now I'm going to turn it over to my assistant city clerk, Nikki Newsom. Nikki? Let me share the screen. There you go.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Assistant City Clerk Nikki Newsom, and tonight I'll be presenting the recommendations being proposed by the Community Working Group for Boards and Commissions, also known as the CWG, based on their comprehensive review of the Boards and Commissions program, as well as the city clerk. Tonight, staff recommends that council take action on the following items: to review and discuss recommendations from the community working group and the city clerk as a result of a comprehensive review of all boards, commissions, and task forces, and direct staff to return with resolutions implementing adopted recommendations for general policies and procedures governing boards, commissions, and task forces to become effective July 1, 2021, to provide direction on additional CWG recommendations around board and commission consolidation and reclassification, budgets, definitions, and appointment methodology, to direct staff to return with an ordinance converting the environmental task force into a permanent commission named the Commission on Sustainability and the Environment with the same term limits as other boards and commissions as also recommended by the CWG, and to approve a policy permitting boards and commissions to meet quarterly for the remainder of calendar year 2021 or into the end of fiscal year 2022. Next slide, please. By way of background, this report is based on direction provided by council to the city clerk at its December 19th, 2019 council meeting to form a community working group to perform a comprehensive review of the boards and commissions program and to bring back recommendations to the clerk. Prior to this meeting, several other similar staff reports were brought before council relating to the boards and commissions program, including a staff report in October 2013 brought forth by the city manager, which asked council to direct staff to evaluate boards and commissions and return with recommendations regarding meeting frequency and strategies to reduce duplication and strengthen roles and responsibilities. In October 2015, the city clerk asked council to establish term limits for task forces and to extend the rule limiting membership to one board at a time. And in April of 2017, the city clerk brought before council a proposal to consolidate the 3 resolutions regulating boards and commissions into one resolution. As City Clerk Denise Anderson Warren stated in her opening, the recommendations of the CWG and the City Clerk have been divided into 2 categories: procedural changes that we are asking to take effect July 1st of this year, and consolidation reclassification changes we are asking council to provide further direction on to be brought back to council later this year. These first set of recommendations are procedural changes that are brought forth from the CWG. These first items that we are providing are items in which the CWG and the city clerk are in complete agreement on. In regard to budgets, the CWG and the city clerk agree that budgets and for boards and commissions should be part of the departmental budgets. In regard to applications, that they should be updated every 5 years. In regard to training, that's training sessions on how to run or chair meetings, how to participate during meetings, parliamentary procedures, and other types of training, such as the ones listed, should be done. And such trainings would be open to not only the commissioners, but also to the public. And that staff liaisons are expected to do administrative work for boards and commissions and not intensive research. Instead, staff research should be limited to information that the department uniquely has access to and should align with the department's work plan. In regards to bylaws, every city, board, commission, and task force should have consistent bylaws established by resolution, which would include the following: that the election of officers should take place in July after the annual appointments. Year-end appointments in December should be moved to June to align with the annual appointments. All boards, commissions, and task forces should adopt the same order of business on their agendas. So if a rule does not apply to a board or commission or task force, it should be noted on the agenda. Attendance requirements should be included in the bylaws, and they should be consistent and clarify the rules for what is considered an excused and an unexcused absence. Accommodation language should be included in the bylaws template after consultation with the Disabilities Commission. And all existing boards, commissions, and task forces should review their current bylaws to remove any outdated information or any outdated procedures and utilize the bylaws template to be consistent with the city council format. These next set of recommendations, the city clerk is offering alternative recommendations to those of the CWG. Again, as it relates to bylaws, the CWG recommends officers should rotate and should serve a 1-year term as chair in order to promote diversity and provide a leadership opportunity for more members of the community. City clerk recommends that officers should be elected annually and should have one-year terms. A member should serve as vice chair for at least 1 year before serving as a chair. A member may turn down the position of chair if they should decide they do not wish to serve as chair. A rule should be added that all bodies produce an annual board and commission work plan to set priorities for the year, which would align with the department's work plan. The city clerk recommends all boards, commissions, and task forces should produce an annual work plan to set priorities for the year, which should align with the department's work plan and account for any state, county, or city mandated required operations, for example, quasi-judicial or decision-making boards. The CWG recommends required trainings for the year should happen immediately after appointments in July. The city clerk recommends that required trainings take place within 3 months of appointment. The CWG recommends that the latest start time for any meeting should be 7 p.m. The city clerk agrees with this recommendation, except for when an extraordinary circumstance occurs that requires a later start time. The CWG recommends the task force in the environment should have term limits, that there are now more people with environmental expertise as opposed to when the task force was originally created. The status of the task force in the environment should change to a permanent commission with the same term limits as other boards and commissions. The city clerk agrees with this recommendation since the task force on the environment has been in existence for over 25 years and that the task force should be renamed the Commission on Sustainability in the Environment. In regards to term limits, the CWG recommends that term limits should remain the same, allowing members to serve 2 consecutive terms and to request a third term from council. However, members who term out must wait 2 years before applying to another board or commission. The clerk takes no position on this recommendation other than to be amenable to decreasing the wait period to 1 year. It should be noted that currently there's a 4-year wait period for members to apply to the same board or commission after they have termed out. And this recommendation is for a waiting period for board or commission members to apply to any other boards and commissions after they have termed out. In regards to unexcused absences, the CWG recommends members who have 2 unexcused absences out of 6 consecutive meetings should automatically vacate their seat. An absence is considered unexcused when a member does not communicate their absence to the chair or liaison of the body prior to the scheduled meeting. If a member has more than 2 unexcused absences, they will receive a warning from the chair. If another 2 meetings are missed, then the liaison shall inform the city clerk's office, who will then inform the city council. Special meetings shall not count towards unexcused absences. The city clerk agrees with this recommendation, but this would only apply to boards meeting monthly. Boards with meeting schedules other than monthly should adopt a bylaw provision consistent with the intent of this rule. In regard to members ages 18 to 29, the CWG recommends a seat being added or, if necessary, dedicated to every board and commission for a member between the ages of 18 to 29 with a 1-year term and the possibility of reappointment. The city clerk recommends a non-voting seat should be added or, if necessary, dedicated to every board and commission for a member between the ages of 18 to 29 with a 1-year term and the possibility of reappointment. But the addition of this seat would be optional. In regard to enhancing diversity, equity, and inclusion, the CWG recommends that we explore all means to enhance diverse representation that reflects the Santa Monica community. That includes the increase of the use of social media to reach and encourage community members to get involved, and to consider involvement at fairs or booths at festivals such as Coast for interested applicants to meet active board and commission members and city council members to learn more about each board and commission and have opportunity to build connections. The city clerk agrees with those recommendations, but also adds that considering community-based meetings that give residents more opportunity to have informal conversations about community needs should also be included. And finally, the CWG recommends a comprehensive review of all board advisory bodies should occur every 5 years. The city clerk agrees with this, with the exception that a review should never take place during an election year. We will now move on to the consolidation reclassification recommendations. In regards to the consolidation of social services boards and commissions, the CWG recommends the consolidation of the commissions relating to social services, which would include the Commission on the Senior Community, the Commission on the Status of Women, Disabilities Commission, and the Equity Commission. And the Social Services Commission into a single commission named the Human Services and Equity Commission. Creation of subcommittees or ad hoc committees to work on specific tasks would alleviate the issue of time constraints, as well as allow more diversity, equity, and inclusion of the community to participate in more specific topics. The City Clerk supports this recommendation as a means to make these boards and commissions more efficient and to ensure efforts are not being duplicated. This also ensures that these boards and commissions have ample work to produce. By creating resident-driven subcommittees on specified areas of interest, more opportunities will be created to receive more diverse and inclusive input from the community. In regard to the consolidation of the Urban Forest Task Force with the Task Force on the Environment, the CWG recommends considering combining the Urban Forest Task Force with the Task Force on the Environment to be replaced by the Commission on the Sustainability and the Environment, should the Council approve the recommendation in the current item, or creating it as a subcommittee under the Rec and Park Commission. After consultation with the Acting Director of Public Works, the City Clerk does not support this recommendation at this time, but supports revisiting the recommendation to make the Urban Forest Task Force a subcommittee of the Planning Commission should the private tree ordinance be adopted. And finally, in regard to the consolidation of the Architectural Review Board, the CWG recommends the consideration of the Architectural Review Board becoming an advisory body of the Planning Commission, which the City Clerk agrees on since the permit process has been streamlined and more work is being done administratively, and the ARB will start working on it as an advisory body for larger projects only. Here's a department map of the boards and commissions, just to give a visual of how the boards and commissions are currently divided amongst the departments. As you can see, currently the Community Services Department has the most boards and commissions under their purview with 7, followed by the Community Development Department with 5, and Public Works with 4. The asterisk denotes those bodies created in the chart. The following are the other recommended items staff is asking for direction on tonight. Staff is asking Council to consider changing their method for appointing members to boards and commissions. These are examples of methods used by other like-sized cities in the region that may not necessarily work for the City of Santa Monica, but they are just some ideas to begin the conversation. One method is for each council member to appoint a member. Another method is an interview process, which would be conducted by a subcommittee of council. Each council member appoints a member, and then council as a whole would select at-large members. This would probably be more appropriate for council members elected by district. And finally, the mayor makes appointments with each council member providing recommendations to the mayor prior to the appointments being made. And finally, due to the continuing concerns of staffing shortages as a result of department restructuring due to the COVID-19 pandemic, staff recommends that council allow boards and commissions to continue meeting quarterly and maintain self-sufficiency with minimal department staff support through the end of calendar year 2021 or until the end of fiscal year 2021-2022. Exceptions to this would be those boards and commissions enumerated in the charter, boards and commissions that have adequate administrative staffing, and quasi-judicial boards and commissions. So once again, here are the recommendations staff is asking council to take action on tonight. Again, we ask that you review and discuss the recommendation of the CWG and the clerk, provide direction on additional CWG recommendations around board and commission consolidation, direct staff to return with an ordinance converting the environmental task force, and approve a policy permitting boards and commissions to meet quarterly for the remainder of 2021 or fiscal year 2022. And with that, that concludes my presentation. Thank you again, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Do we have any questions, Council? Councilmember Delatorre.
Yeah, you know, it's always been a challenge to have diversity on our commissions, and I'm trying to figure out what's the best way to do that. One thing that I know is we need to have robust outreach And so whatever we do tonight, I'm trying to figure out, what's the best way to sort of integrate a robust outreach strategy for every commission, or is it something that we can direct as tonight? Is it something that we can put in place language to ensure that these boards and commissions are more diverse than what we've had in the past? Like, how do we accomplish that?
Councilmember De La Torre, one of the recommendations that was proposed was to do more outreach in terms of going out and being available at festivals and things of that nature, as well as more social media, working with the Office of Communications. So those are some of the things that they recommended, and surely, definitely, you guys could add some items to that. But I think the interim city attorney brought up earlier that you can't specifically say race, but when you say diversity, you can go out to get more people to apply or get more people interested, I think, is what you're shooting for. Is that right?
Yes, exactly. Finding ways to inspire people to get involved and to make it welcoming, find a way to, do that outreach.
So I also have a question about diversity, follow up on Oscar's, and that is, we may not be able to have requirements for diversity based on ethnicity, but may we have requirements based on gender?
George?
I don't believe you can. I can look into that more, but my initial thought is that no, you can't. You can certainly provide encouragement to staff to take measures to try and increase the diversity of the candidates who apply, but I don't believe you can have requirements based on gender, age, gender, sex.
How are there new laws, George, then requiring female membership on corporate boards, et cetera, in California?
I can look at that, but I think that may be a different situation. I'll take a look at that.
Thank you. I understand, but if you're self-identified female, just saying, I know they're doing it in companies and there are laws requiring it.
So you can certainly give us direction.
That's all.
You can give us direction to look into that, and if the desire is to, if legally it's permissible to return with something along those lines, obviously we can work on it.
Thank you. Councilmember Brock, I did see your hand. And if I could see hands, I'll tell people. Is that it? Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Brock.
Denise, or Nikema, I had a question about the Disabilities Commission being combined, because they have a very specific set of circumstances and a specific set of issues that they look into in the city. Since all the commissions being combined into this one super commission would still be subject to the Brown Act and only have to be able to have 3 members on, for instance, a committee, I'm not sure in that particular case, for instance, that the Disabilities Commission, I think our residents with disabilities would be ill-served by joining that commission. Did you guys look at that?
Actually, we worked with we worked with the department that takes care of that. And so the thought was, and this goes all the way back to 2019, the thought is to have one commission and then incorporate people from, or have members from the various bodies. And so disabilities would fall in, they would have a couple members that would be service, or the working group thought that it made more sense to have ad hocs, or either to have advisory committees that have specialties. So that would be something that you guys would have to decide when we get to the conversation about consolidation. But we initially presented and thought of having the social service, or whatever they would call it, and then bring a couple members from disability, members from the women, a couple members from, and have them have a seat at the table. So it would be represented. It wouldn't be underserved. If that's the question.
I think that is the question, and I might disagree, but I was concerned about the Brown Act in regard to either advisory, working groups, subcommittees, etc., and that, for instance, disabilities commission has often felt that their work wasn't recognized properly. So I'm just taking that as a microcosm, as one example. So that's my concern. I'll ask again later, but to me, that's one thing. I have a whole bunch of stuff in this, having served as a commissioner for so long, that I see here that concerns me, but I'll let it go for the moment.
So if no one else has questions, I do have a couple of questions. So I remember when we started this process, and I wonder if, from staff's point of view, the primary motivation for combining boards and commissions is the idea that it takes too much staff time to service these boards and commissions.
So, Mayor, that was not the initial, no. So that was not the initial intent. The initial intent was that several of the boards and commissions didn't really seem to have anything to do. They didn't have specific things that they were supposed to do. So, for example, you have the social service, which is broad. And so social services started out doing something specific, and then they, started doing something else. So they weren't keeping with the purview. And it seemed as though a lot of the board members were bringing in things for them to do that weren't necessarily considered under their purview. So then the question became, are they being duplicative? Or does it make sense to have all these boards and commissions? And then the other question came up, is this truly what the city of Santa Monica needs? Is that what is required now? Has it changed? That's how it's.
And I did look at the budget sheet of all of the boards and commissions, and I thought it must be crazy, but when I looked at 1920, not 2021, but even taking out the peer board, it looks to me as if it's almost $2 million a year of budget and expenditures on the boards and commissions apart from the peer board. Is that right?
That is correct. Because it's staff time, it's a preparation, it's all those miscellaneous things. So it's staff time to prepare a meeting, create a meeting, and then there's events that come up. There's they have conferences that you attend. So all of that is encompassed in those amounts that you see.
Well, so I have to say, I've never heard of the Santa Monica Aquatics Advisory Committee, which in year 2019 to 2020 had $44,000 in expenses.
That's not something that's appointed by council. Is Andy available, or Danielle?
I've never even heard of it before.
I don't think we have Andy or Danielle. I'll try to find out during public comment.
Okay. Yeah, under Rec and Parks, there seems to be quite a few advisories. But staffing is still provided for those meetings.
And so are there two staff members at every, what I'm wondering is, I get that there's no standardization, but are all of the budget and expenditures, I know they aren't for the peer, And I assume that in landmarks, there's built in the reports they need to inform their work. But I really have trouble understanding these other numbers, just honestly.
Mayor, that is one of the concerns that has been raised that was brought up by the group as well as by staff, that there is no consistency. Even amongst the department, even amongst one department, the amount of money that is spent, it differs depending on what the board commission is. So you're correct. There is no standardization in terms of how the money is utilized, who uses what. It's just not, it's not standardized. And so that's one of the questions that we would like to address with council, because that was one of the reasons that the working group said tie the budget, come up with a work plan, and tie it to the department's work.
But I would like to understand some of these numbers first. Look, I think both the numbers and the hours associated with it, but obviously,
Mayor, this is why we were asking for direction, for the council to provide direction, for us to come back, give us all your questions tonight, come back and address the consolidation, reclassification, the budgets, and the methodology of appointments. So,
but it just looks to me as if there may be a systemic problem that goes even deeper than that. That's all. But okay, I mean, I understand what we're doing here tonight. I just had questions about those numbers, which I found really astounding, some of them.
Okay. Other questions?
Councilmember Brock.
I just wanted to go back on something. For instance, I know that Denise, you just said, I think it was you, who just said there were many, for instance, Recreation and Parks Commission had many subcommittees and groups. And as far as I know, I sat on that commission for 13 years, and we had 2 subcommittees. At one time, we had 3. So at one time, we had the Urban Forest Task Force. That went on to become its own semi-autonomous body. We had the Sports Advisory Group. And once in a while, there would be a third group. There were not a ton of subcommittees, and I know the Recreation and Parks Commission had a budget for conferences, et cetera, and that never exceeded $10,000 in a fiscal year. So I'm joining Mayor Himmelrich in asking for more detail on some of these allocations and where they're coming from.
Well, we can have discussion later. I mean, I am questioning it. I'm not really asking for answers because that's in the past, and the issue is how do we do it better in the future. So,
Councilmember Brock, I'll get back to you. There's 4 advisories under Rec and Parks currently.
Well, see, I only see 3 on this chart, Denise. I see Field Sports Advisory, Santa Monica Aquatic Advisory Committee, and Virginia Avenue Park Board. What's the 4th one?
Community Gardens. So there's Community Gardens, Virginia Avenue Park, Field Sports, and Santa Monica Aquatics Advisory.
And I can tell you that the Community Gardens is staff run, and I think the last time, but it's not a commission activity. That's a staff activity.
But they do post agendas and they do have meetings.
Any more questions while we're here? So let's have yes, Councilmember De La Torre.
Yeah, I see that the staff is recommending that we have sort of reserve some seats for youth. And I know that there's other cities that have an actual youth commission. Why is staff recommending seats for youth versus going with a full-on commission for the status of youth in the city?
Recommendation came based, they were recommending just to add diversity and inclusion to the current boards and commissions. So, you're right. There are cities that have youth advisory bodies. I don't know, and that's not for me to determine if that's something that you guys want to pursue. But I don't think that that's something that would be addressed at this meeting. That would be something that would be addressed when you start talking about consolidation, creation at a future meeting.
Councilmember McCowan? I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan, my mistake.
I'm sorry about that. Denise, I have a question about, and I don't know if this is the right place for it, but when we're talking about sort of youth, and that is one of the recommendations here from the DWG, are we required that every member of a commission or board, even if they're non-voting members, they're required to be residents? Is there any flexibility with that? And I only ask because this came up this evening as well, and it absolutely broke my heart, that someone took the time to apply. They took the time to call in. We heard their adorable 9-month-old in the background. They're an SMC student, but they can't qualify because they don't live in the city. And that's like one of the first questions that's asked on the form, but then they are able to still continue filling out the form. So I just want to understand that, especially as we're talking about wanting to diversify and be and include younger folks on our boards and commissions.
First, if you want to chime in.
So, council could modify the requirements. If you'll recall, when the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission was originally proposed, the proposal was that members either reside in, work in, or I believe be students in Santa Monica, but there was a decision to change that to reside in. So council has the authority to modify the requirements for the commissions.
Thanks, George.
Councilmember Brock.
I'd like to go back to a different question, because the purpose of the commissions, I think, is to make sure that we involve the citizenry in advising the council on decisions. And we pride ourselves in Santa Monica in being this great representative democracy. Denise, did the working group consider that by diminishing the commissions and diminishing, in some cases, it appears, the roles of the commissions, that we're actually diminishing the ability of our residents to participate in our government? Was that brought up?
Well, actually, no. It was not discussed to be that it was diminishing. They actually looked at it as an opportunity to bring on more diversity, because then you would have the ability to bring people on for specific causes or for certain topics that were of interest. So if something came up that needed to be addressed, as opposed to having to go to a commission that is full, that's sitting there, it would make more sense for someone to approach and say, well, why don't we have this? Just like there's the 4 advisories under Rec and Park. It seems like that, well, for them, I think the need would be met if you created an advisory to a body to address a specific topic or specific concern. Because the reality is that the need does change over a period of time.
And I do understand that, but for instance, if you're taking 4 or 5 commissions and consolidating, then you're going from 35 residents who are involved in city government to 7 or 9. So you're actually diminishing that part and diminishing their involvement in the community. And I think in Santa Monica especially, you want residents to be involved. And I want residents to be involved of diversity of all ages, and there to be a lot of discussion. But I also want commissions to be able to go out in the community, talk to residents, and bring things to commissions to act on to help advise the city council. They're really the groundswell of eyes and ears in the community. So you guys, they didn't really talk about that. I'm sort of surprised.
Well, the reality is that we have all these boards and commissions now, and we're not getting that, right? So the thought is
that's a good salient point.
Right, and so the thought is that if you create, and it wouldn't be a 7-member body, by the way, whatever the new social service, it would be a larger body to encompass more people. But the reality is that their thought is that people could go out and they could talk and they could work in the neighborhoods. They could do that outreach that Oscar's talking about. And if people came back with certain topics or things that weren't being addressed, then they would have this, whatever this commission's going to be. They could address that as a whole, and then you'd have all these voices. Because right now, the need is not being met. Let's be honest. So the thought is to have more voices being brought in, but through smaller groups. Do you have something you want to say, Lane?
Yeah, Lane, I did see you. I was waiting till Denise was.
I think you've said it, Denise. Overall, we're looking for more productive citizen engagement. We're looking for more community members to be engaged. And quite honestly, Council, this will be challenging, but to get in a regular review of your commissions to make sure they're in the right places, they're the things that you're really seeking input in, is important, and also important to do this process to diversify the input that you're receiving. We're also overweighted, quite honestly, in the community services department, which is just, you're taking a lot more staff time and resources than I think you're actually receiving in community engagement and advice to council.
So let me ask a different, Phil, I think, so we know that we have some boards and commissions that have been effective in carrying forward their mission, right? And was any study done of the boards and commissions that are actually doing work with a work plan and doing the good work, and how they're functioning differently than the ones that we're viewing as ineffective?
There was some study done back in 2019. There hasn't been anything done this year, and there was not anything done at the time. But I think that's something that you could ask for, that when we come back to have the consolidation conversation, that we can bring forth.
What study? I'm just curious. What study was how?
It was so when we were originally coming to you in 2019. We met with departments, we met with some of the boards and commissions, and just kind of got an overview of what was working and what wasn't. And at that time, we were guided towards doing an overview, a complete overview, instead of just picking and choosing, right? And because we really looked at the ones under what's considered social services and human services. And then we were guided to come back and do a comprehensive review of sort of everything and everybody.
But what I'm asking is, has there been any, kind of look at what commissions have effectively brought initiatives forward to the city council out of the commission, and why that happened and it's not happening elsewhere? I think that's what I'm asking.
Okay, so no, that has not been done, but that is something you could direct for us to do when we decide to come back. We can do that. When we come back this fall, that's something that we could do, definitely.
Well, so look, I'm asking that because I think we all want a lot of citizen participation, but we also want good results. So
right.
That was why I asked that. And why don't we move, if nobody has any, Councilmember Brock.
Sorry, I do have another one. You mentioned going quarterly on staying quarterly on commissions through either the end of this year or through the budget year. There are some commissions, however, and are you talking about charter commissions or all commissions? For instance, Landmarks has important work to do more than once every quarter. So does Recreation and Parks and some of the other commissions.
Councilmember Brock, I think Nikki said that in her presentation, that this would not apply to boards and commissions that were chartered, that were quasi-judicial decision-making, or those that had staffing.
Thank you I missed that. I apologize. Thank you very much.
Oh, no problem.
So now done with questions. I'm seeing no more. Why don't we have our public comment now? Thank you.
So before I bring in the first caller, we do have a video caller by the name of Alex Elliott that has not yet accepted the invitation that was emailed to him to participate. So if he's listening, please make sure to accept the invitation by clicking on the check mark, on the raised hand on the check mark. This will put him in the queue. And we'll go to the first video caller.
Repeat that in my louder voice, Esther Lima.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sure.
No. Look, you're lovely, and so is Corey, but I'm loud. I know I am. Alex Elliott, you are in the queue. You need to go to your name and click on the check, and you can be elevated to speak to us. But until you do that, we will not be able to hear you at all. So that's what you need to do if you want to be heard in this meeting. Click the check box. I think that was loud. Now let's go.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Joe Schmidt. You're in the meeting. Would you like your video on? Mr. Schmidt?
Joe Schmitz, can you hear me? You're up.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, would you like your video on?
Okay, my video is on. And let me begin, please. First of all, good evening, Mayor Himmelrich and council members. We moved here 3 decades ago, and we loved the city ever since. Wonderful schools, fabulous libraries, a vibrant city with intense participation in civic governance, as Commissioner Brock has noted. A year ago, the council made heart-wrenching budget choices with huge consequences for residents. Neighborhood organization support was gutted. Library staff saw draconian cuts. There were sweeping changes to boards and commissions that were proposed and tentatively adopted by the City Council. These threats to resident services and participation contributed to the loss of trust some residents had to in their city government, as reflected in the past election. Now, proposed changes once again threaten to hobble residents' participation in city governments. They limit us from sharing our interests and expertise with you. Successful governance relies on the consent of the governed, and vibrant democracy depends on mutual trust. For Santa Monica to flourish, we need to trust you. For the sake of the city, we ask you to acknowledge us, to hear us, to trust us. Thank you for hearing me and for serving us.
Thank you, Mr. Schmitz.
Welcome, Hama Majabai. You're in the meeting. Your time starts now. Would you like your video on?
No, thank you. So hi, Mayor Himmelrich and City Council. My name is Homa Mojtabai. I'm a member of the Personnel Board, although I'm calling in a personal capacity. I want to thank the working group and city staff for their hard work helping improve boards and commissions. I support having greater diversity on our boards and commissions, including having all age groups represented. My concern is that board and commissions members must have equal voting rights. The current recommendation suggests that 18 to 29-year-olds could occupy a special observational non-voting seat on our boards and commissions. Appointing someone to a board or commission in the interest of representation and then not allowing that individual to vote seems wrong. 18 to 29-year-olds serve on juries. They serve in the armed forces. They vote in elections. They should also have the right to serve on equal footing with the rest of us in the city. Other recommendations in this report could have unintended impacts. Requiring a board or commission chair to have vice chair experience can effectively limit the pool to the current vice chair, or, depending on member turnover, there could be 0 qualified candidates. Instead of these really detailed rules, I urge City Council to focus on aggressive community outreach to attract and retain a diverse pool of candidates, and then appoint those members as full voting members. Thank you so much for listening and for your hard work.
Nice to see you, Oma. Thanks for your comment.
Transferring Olga Zurawski.
They should also have the right to serve.
Welcome, Olga Zurawski. You're in the meeting and it starts now.
Good evening, this is Olga Zurawska. Number one, I think that the Commission on the Status of Women should be dissolved. I'm saying this as a woman who, along with others, reported to the Commission the harassment and endangerment of the safety of women in a city-funded program. The Commission had no reaction to our report and showed more interest in discussing their Thanksgiving celebration plans. I think that we have enough virtue signaling going on in the city and can do without the Commission on the Status of Women, which doesn't care about women's safety and dignity. My second remark is more general. It's about the conflict of interest in the context of city boards and commissions. There should be regular, ongoing, and proactive screening for conflict of interest of those on boards and commissions. Once appointed, the commissioners fill out within 30 days the Form 700, which is the statement of economic interest. After that, they fill out the Form 700 only once a year, oftentimes not fully disclosing their economic interest, but no one in the city seems to be monitoring that. There are several cases of current commissioners where they obtained employment that constitutes a conflict of interest after being appointed to the city commissions, but they never updated their Form 700 and no one noticed that. There are currently people on city commissions who the city requires to be registered as lobbyists, but they aren't registered, and they continue using city commissions as a platform for their lobbying efforts. Also, the chair of one of the city commissions, which is supposed to advise the city council, is married to the mayor. How is that not at least an appearance of a conflict of interest? Why is the city clerk and or the city attorney allowing this? Thank you.
Councilmember McCowan, you know we aren't having questions of.
And I don't have a question for the caller, but I do have a question about some of the allegations and accusations that the caller sort of mentioned. Is that, I guess we can talk about.
Why don't we save it till after? Okay, we can save it if you aren't asking, because we aren't doing, let's save it for discussion. I'm ready to address that comment.
Okay, thanks.
Welcome, Alex Elliott. You're in the meeting. Would you like your video turned on?
Sure.
Mr. Elliott? Okay. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Alex Elliott. I'm the chair of the Disabilities Commission. Thank you for having me. Before I get started, I'd like to note I would really have liked my vice chair, Wetter, to speak this evening, but he was unable to get the accommodations to be able to speak tonight. So that's just one reason why I think it's important we keep the Disabilities Commission as is. But the Disabilities Commission recommends council consider the importance of the commission to residents with disabilities before deciding to change the current structure. The Disabilities Commission represents a range of complex human variation within a diverse community. Each person on the commission has a unique set of skills, experience, and specific issues that would be lost if the commission would consolidate. For example, the deaf community, wheelchair users, people with invisible disabilities and physical disabilities all have distinct life experience and find access very differently. I just want to mention a few things the Disability Commission has worked on in the past. Universal design features first in Ocean View Park and then at parks throughout the city, improving blue bus access, advocating and implementing accessible beach pathways, talking crosswalks to enhance pedestrian safety.
And the Disability Commission continues to oppose discrimination and eliminate barriers by contributing to city policy impacting access to public services from the cradle to the grave. If it's impossible for the Disabilities Commission to remain as is, please consider merging the Disabilities Commission with the Commission for the Senior Community to become the Disabilities and Senior Commission. This is reasonable because our commission considers a range of issues throughout the lifespan that mutual impact these respective communities. Furthermore, propose this alternative day with 11 members, 5 members with disabilities, 4 members over the age of 60, and 2 members at large. We believe all residents of the city of Santa Monica should have full and equal access and a voice in the city decision-making, which promotes belonging and equity in our community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. And I will note that if we were in chambers, that we loop the chambers so that they are accessible to people with hearing loss. So the problem is we're online.
Transferring Denise Barton.
Welcome, Denise Barton. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. Does anyone else see how you're trying to misrepresent this item by prioritizing making the Environmental Task Force into a permanent commission? Instead of what your real priority is, consolidation of the senior community, the status of women's social services, and disability commissions, citing overlapping issues. What overlapping issues says to me is that there are issues which need to be addressed, but you, instead of addressing them, would rather consolidate the commissions listed above to further try to bury those issues and to continue to discriminate against those in that community those commissions represent. And by staff continuing to complain about the work involved in their employment supports my position that city staff is overpaid to do as little work as possible. Isn't that why the city had an excessive number of overpaid employees pre-pandemic? Remember at the April 13, 2021 City Council meeting, you wanted to hire 3 new people in the planning department instead of hiring 1 qualified permanent ADA person, showing where your real priorities are. Although your actions speak very loudly as well. Such as in the staff report, I didn't see anything about wanting to put public input at the end of all board and commission meetings, as was discussed in a housing commission item on the subject. Or would that fall under to better align with the city's framework priorities? Or would this action be to make it harder for seniors and the disabled to be able to participate in board and commission meetings? Or would you be planning on putting reasonable accommodation for seniors and the disabled in place for all board and commission meetings, considering you eliminated reasonable accommodation for seniors and the disabled at a city council meeting in September 2010? Or is that another one of the things you're trying to hide? Thank you.
Transferring Jonathan Foster.
Good evening, Jonathan Foster. You're in the meeting and your time starts now. Mr. Foster, your time starts now. Mr. Foster, are you there? Okay, let's go to the next caller.
Thank you.
Can you transfer the next caller?
Transferring Lori Brown, Chair of Rec and Park Commission.
Welcome, Lori Brown. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you. Okay.
Lori?
Yeah.
Your time starts now.
I can hear you.
For the next caller.
Go ahead, Lori. You're in the meeting.
Oh my, this is going to be a little challenging here. Sorry, guys.
Now, I can hear you now.
You can hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
I want to be able to hear you. I couldn't video in.
Lori?
Yes. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'd like to think that the recreation...
Go ahead, Lori. You're in the meeting.
Can you hear
You
me?
have to turn your radio or whatever it is off, Lori. We
Oh my,
can't hear
this is
you.
going to be a
if it's
little
in the back.
challenging here.
Just
Sorry, guys.
talk.
I can hear you now.
You can hear me. Okay. Yeah. I want to be.
Yeah, Lori, there's a delay, so turn down your computer, and you're in the meeting.
Turn down my computer. Okay.
Yeah,
Turn down
and
my
you're in the
computer.
meeting. We hear you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Can I hear you guys while this happens? If not, I'll do my best.
We hear
I'd like
you.
to thank. Okay, great. No, I can't hear. I can't hear.
You don't have to hear. Okay, talk.
Okay, I'm talking now. I believe that the Recreation Parks does do good work, and I'm also happy to tell you that we believe that we have been a diverse group. It seems that the Recreation and Parks attracts a lot of people from different areas. We've had everything from people of color, disabled, women, LGBTQ, et cetera, et cetera. We took a meeting on April 15th, especially. We want to thank Ms. Warren for all the hard work. We actually did look at our bylaws 2 years ago, and we went through them very carefully. So when this came up, we were ready for it. There were some items that we would like to address, and I'll just start off with the first one, which was the one-year term for the chair. We believe that would be too short, as the mayor and vice mayor also realized that sometimes getting that second term is really gives you the learning curve, and we're concerned that it would add more staff time for all those people to have to be chosen, get to know everybody, get through it, and we think that we would be saving time by being able, in our commission, we had it as a one-year term, and then we vote for them to keep a second-year term. And that then goes into the rotation. We don't believe on our commission that rotating just to rotate makes a good thing. We've had many discussions about it, and we've had multiple members serve as chair over the time, and we feel that we've provided great leadership in many different areas. The clerk's recommendation was not available to the commission at the time of our meeting, and it would provide election for a member that would serve as vice chair for at least a year before serving as chair. We agree with the clerk that the recommendation with the vice chair requests that the council add the option for the chair to be elected for the one-year term, that it should be an option. And then when it came to the work plan, my time is up, or I'm trying to go too fast.
Your time is up.
All right, anybody have any questions for me? I should hope so. No questions? Okay.
Transferring Erica Leslie.
Good evening, Erica Leslie. You're in the meeting and your time starts now. Ms. Leslie? Yes, you're in the meeting. Your time starts now.
Okay. Good evening, City Council members, Mayor Sue Himmelrich. I am calling because as you're considering diversity and inclusion, I think that the City Council needs to consider that they should reserve a seat for students at SMC. I understand that there is a requirement for people to be residents to be on the Public Safety Council, but I think you're missing an opportunity to cultivate the next up-and-coming leadership. We also have a PPI component there to Santa Monica College, and that's just an opportunity. You should kind of consider replicating what's happening at the school board, where they have a student on the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leslie.
Transferring Zena Joseph.
Welcome, Zena Joseph. You're in the meeting and just now.
Right now. Thank you. In the February 4th information item, I was listed as an alternative for the working group. However, I was never informed that I was an alternate, and never informed about the meeting, so I had nothing to do with the recommendations. While supporting diversity, I find the requirement to add an 18 to 29-year-old to every group a bit unrealistic. I mean, shall we require an 18 to 29-year-old member on the Commission for the Senior Community? Secondly, I oppose the requirement that all commissioners rotate and serve as chair unless you are planning to also require that all city council members rotate and serve as mayor. Third, I oppose combining all the social service commissions into one. I've attended a number of meetings of the Social Service Commission, and they have difficulty finding time to discuss all of the topics that are relevant to their mission statement, let alone adding topics from 3 other commissions. Also, meeting quarterly doesn't seem sufficient for this type of advisory group to the City Council. I hope that going forward that attendance requirements will actually be enforced, because there are a number of commissioners who miss many meetings and yet they get reappointed time after time. And not on this budget list is the Early Childhood Commission, which is staffed by the city. Are they meeting only quarterly? And why are they not on this budget list? Thank you for your consideration.
Thanks, Gina.
Transferring Nancy Coleman.
Good evening, Nancy Coleman. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hi, this is Nancy Coleman. I'm really pleased to be here tonight to talk to you about the question of combining the 4 social services. One of the things I think that Zena just stated it was that we rarely had time to finish our topic in our 2-hour meeting. We will reduce the number of commissioners by at least, currently there are at least 36 members of those commissions, and you'll reduce it to put down to 10 or 12 or 11 or 13, whatever it is. Ad hoc committees will violate the Brown Act if they are to come back and be advisory. So I don't know how you create subcommittees, ad hoc committees that are not part of the commission. Quarterly meetings are useless. For instance, I am not speaking for the Social Services Commission tonight because we haven't had a meeting since the report came out. So it's very difficult to have a report in a quarterly, to have quarterly meetings and then to be able to comment before the council at this meeting or any other meeting. We were told by our staff person that we should only meet before we had reason to believe that the council was going to look at something. Well, how do you know, and how do you get notices out to commission members and the public before you have to do that if, in fact, we're only meeting quarterly and haven't set those dates for those quarterly meetings yet? So it seems to me that the initiation of this process to do away with 4 commissions, trying to combine them into one, is not a fair way to ask for community input, to ask for resident input, and to be able to make significant contributions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
Transferring Michael Soloff.
Good evening, Michael Soloff. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening, council members. I'm speaking tonight in my capacity as the chairperson of the Housing Commission, and I'm addressing you on behalf of the Housing Commission. Specifically, I'm addressing the issue of how often we are going to be allowed to meet going forward from this point. At our last meeting, we voted 7-0 to urge the City Council to permit us to resume our normal operations. Affordable housing is one of the key issues in the city right now. We're faced with the idea of coming up with 6,158 affordable housing units. We have to get homeless folks into temporary and permanent housing, and we have to keep our residents housed who are under severe rent burden shortage. All of those are issues that this commission has been addressing for years, has brought forward initiatives to this council that have been adopted year after year, and we can't do that work for you unless we're allowed to meet. For example, at our last meeting, we had to, in our one quarterly meeting, talk about your budget because we didn't know whether we'd get to meet again. We had to talk about the housing element because we didn't know if we'd get to meet again. We had to talk about the administrative plan that you approved tonight because that's something we're required to do. And by the time we got to the issue of of the boards and commissions recommendations, we were not prepared to spend another 2 hours of that very late evening already to come up with commission positions on that. Looking at the material given to you, it only costs $40,000 to support us for an entire year. I think that's well worth it, and we strongly urge that you authorize us to resume our normal operations. We challenge you to show that you're seriously committed to affordable housing in the city. Thank you.
Transferring Ann Dadawala.
Good evening, Ann Dadawala. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Oh, hello. Good evening. Mayor Hemmerich, happy birthday to you. I saw that pop up my feed, so I think I got that right. And hello to the rest of the council. I have a couple of concerns about some of the ideas that have been set forth tonight. I'm specifically concerned about the Disabilities Commission being disbanded or rolled into three other groups. Our public schools, 13% of our students in our public schools have seen and unseen disabilities. I highly recommend that you not dilute the value of our community members who have these disabilities by shrinking them down to 3 members. The possibility, as someone had said, I think it was someone under the Disabilities Commission recommended, if at all, shrinking it or combining it with the Seniors Commission. I also wanted to address the issue of ad hocs and advisories. Ad hoc commissions, if they're standing commissions, they are governed by the Brown Act. If you're having advisories and ad hocs that are not meeting in public, that the public doesn't have access to, that are not regular meetings with a time and a place set, what you're really doing by these recommendations is limiting the access to public meetings, and you're also operating basically behind closed doors by limiting the number of residents who can participate, to hear what's going on, to provide input, and it's just not a resident democracy, so it won't work. I'm also extremely concerned that these advisories, which we've had more recently, do not require these folks to participate in the statements of economic interest filings.
Thank you. Your time is now.
This is a huge problem, so please correct that.
Thank you, Ann.
Do we still have Jonathan Foster on the line? Can we try one more time? Okay, that's it. We have no more callers.
So we're now open for discussion. And I want to take this opportunity to address the comment regarding my husband, who happens to be chair of the Housing Commission, because there was also an inaccurate story in the newspaper last week about this. Let me just say, my husband was appointed to the Housing Commission before I was elected to the City Council. And when he was reelected to the Housing Commission, I recused myself. I don't think that it would be appropriate to have him appointed while I was sitting on the council, but the fact that he was appointed and already in gear on this, I thought, and then I was elected, did not create a conflict. And should there be a conflict in something we're voting on, the Housing Commission is an advisory body and not a quasi-judicial body. But because he was appointed before I was elected, and because in fact there's been no issue, as far as I can tell, of impropriety in connection with this service, I feel perfectly justified in having each of us, me on the council and him on the Housing Commission, working on parallel issues relating to affordable housing through the city. I do not believe it's a conflict. I looked at the issue, but should it be, he would obviously resign from his commission. That's my statement. Councilmember Brock.
So I wanted to go back to a couple of things. I appreciated the current chair of the Disabilities Commission speaking earlier, and I was reminded that the chair of the Disability Commission, when I was chair of my commission, of the Recreation and Parks Commission, we interfaced and actually had separate meetings to discuss universally accessible playgrounds and how to get them going, and discussed issues. I discussed issues with the Commission for the Senior Community for Parks, and there was a lot of interaction between commissions. I really appreciate, and I said this, I think the first meeting that I was on 4.5 months ago for City Council, that Councilmember McEwen and then Councilmember Holbrook were advisors to the Recreation and Parks Commission. Their advice and counsel at meetings was tremendous. And I think I said, even though it took 10 years to get it done, the first issue we talked about was the issue of bike accidents at the beach and how we needed better signage and more safety requirements for bicyclists at the beach, because Councilmember McEwen had had a bad fall on the beach. And I had also had a bad fall. However, we didn't run into each other. But look at the bottom line was that many of these commissions have done fantastic jobs for our city over the years. And it seems that maybe our council members are no longer interfacing with commissions as much. And so possibly, we need to make sure, even if we consolidate some commissions, that we find ways for individual council members to serve as advisors once again to some of the city commissions. And I said this last year when I asked that we have the commissions meet again. Now, I don't know if this was ever done, but I had also asked for thank you certificates to the outgoing commissioners, because I felt that their volunteer service needed to be recognized by our city council and by our city writ large. So first, I believe that our commissions have a strong purpose in the city. I am fine with a couple of those commissions being consolidated, but there are certain commissions that have great work to do for our community, and they need to stand separate and be able to do that work with the support of our city staff. And in terms of the amount of money that was supposedly spent in 2019 on our commissions, which included staff time, that's very little in terms of our overall city budget to make sure that citizens, our residents of all ages, of all ethnicities, participate in our city government. As far as the commission chairs and vice chairs, in the Planning Commission, I know that rotating chairs appears to work really well. They have an intensive workload. But in many other commissions, one of the callers tonight was accurate in that they said that it takes a long time to get up to speed as a commission, as a chair or vice chair of a commission. If you want to reduce staff time, you let them serve at least 2 years in their role if their fellow commissioners vote for them again. Otherwise, you're going to spend staff time reorienting their duties. We need to make sure that staff are trained and that they do have the ability to get out beyond our community to find the best ideas and the best practices of their commission in other in other cities in the United States as well. So I appreciate the work that has been done, but I am concerned that every commission did not have a chance to weigh in on this working group proposal. I think every commission should have had the chance to weigh in. We were not in a hurry for this. So I would ask that we make sure the commissions that have not met yet and had a chance to consider these recommendations return a report to the city clerk, and that we evaluate those reports and also ask those citizen volunteers, how can we as a council, how can we as a staff, and how can they interface better to have a better result for our city, especially in a time of reduced budget, so that we can have our volunteer residents help by taking care of more initiatives on behalf of the people in our city. Thank you.
Mayor, can I ask a question? We would like to, so me and my staff would like to get some clarity on certain things. So thank you, Councilmember Brock. However, what we're going for tonight is we really want to get your input, and we want you to review the recommendations, and we're looking for results we're looking at the number one thing. We want to look at the procedural changes first. So I've given the mayor a script on how to proceed with that. And then we want to, all of the comments that you're making, Councilmember Brock and the others, that would come back at a later date. That would come back in the fall. So that all those things be able to allow the other boards and commissions to review the recommendations and give input, consolidation, anything associated or related to boards and commissions consolidation, reclassification, their budgets, definitions, and appointment methodology. We would like that to bring that back in the fall. But we're welcome to your direction and your comments. And then we also want you to direct, and the other thing we want to do is an ordinance converting the environmental task force to a permanent commission with the name of Commission on Sustainability. Yes.
Denise, I hate to interrupt. I know what you want, but I really would like to direct this discussion, okay?
Okay.
So council, I believe that there are some things in some recommendations made in this report that are simple and don't deal with the issues that I think that many of us may have problems with. I think that there are other things raised in the report that need more work, and I think that perhaps that work needs to come from the council working with the commissions to find out up close and personal what is working and what's not working. I think that it would be appropriate to have a council ad hoc, a working group, to look at the issues that are the more difficult issues in terms of combining, et cetera. But I think to voice this off to another group who gives us a report like this that has some facts in it, but nobody is saying to us, this is an effective commission, this is an effective commission, and this is what works. That's not an effective commission, and it doesn't work. We may need to look at other cities in terms of appointments, et cetera, to make it work. But we've been saying for a long time that our boards and commissions system may need an overhaul. So what I'd like to do is kind of in advance of discussing the issue of what we need to do to make the boards and commissions work. There are a few things in here, the idea of bylaws, the idea of work plans, right? The ideas of the task force of the environment, that I think we can give staff the input that they want. So what I would suggest is that we go through those issues that I think had agreement between staff and the committee, and as somebody who's been on a commission may have made some sense. If we work through those particular issues and set aside the more difficult ones, I think we can give staff, we can give the clerk and the city manager some structure going forward, and then we need to really figure out what the right thing to do is. So, Councilmember McEwen.
You know, it's human nature when confronted by change for us to focus on the disruption and the things that make us uncomfortable. But really, given that this is a change we've long thought needed to be made, I think we need to focus instead on how to make this a more productive process. We're very lucky in Santa Monica. We have a highly educated populace who want to be engaged in local government. And, Councilmember Brock remembered fondly when I spent time with the Rec and Parks Commission as liaison, not advisor. The advisory capacity goes the other way. We have a council member who was the liaison to each board and commission. And besides Rec and Parks, I was liaison to the Planning Commission, Landmarks Commission, the Arts Commission, the Task Force on the Environment. I may be leaving some out because by the end there, I was liaison to 5 or 6 boards or commissions as fewer and fewer council members wanted to do that work, to the point where we reviewed that and we got a legal opinion that it actually probably wasn't legally good to have a council member present at board and commission meetings, given that they were advising the council. So we pulled away from that. And that was about a decade ago. And I think what we've seen is an erosion of effective communication of community concerns through the boards and commissions to this council. So that's the purpose that I'd like to focus on. We have the resource, we have the talent out there. How do we make sure that those people aren't wasting their time and wasting our time by holding meetings and hearings that don't actually affect city policy? So let's look at what the clerk's office has recommended. Consistent bylaws, yes. Consistent mission statements. We've had mission creep in some of our boards and commissions. Redefining ongoing bodies as they should be as commissions or boards. Now, I was liaison to the Task Force on the Environment. I'm very fond of them, and there was a good reason why they kept going as a task force. But the clerk has correctly identified that the talent is now out there to have a little more rotation. My first city involvement was on a task force, the telecommunications task force in the mid-90s. And we had a limited purview. We came back to the council after about 2.5 years, and they're the reason why we have our own cable network, our own fiber system in the city of Santa Monica. They're the reason why we got the local cable provider to link up all the schools and city locations. We had a task which we finished. Boards and commissions are ongoing. And I certainly think that the Commission on Sustainability and Environment will have a lot of ongoing work. I would not like to see the Urban Forest Task Force folded into them yet. And that's because I've been waiting a long, long time for that private tree ordinance. And I want to see that get done. And I think as long as the Urban Forest Task Force has that as their task, they deserve to be a task force and to be separate. The question there is going to be whether the planning department has the time and the resources, given the housing element, to help them draw up what has to be done. What else, Mayor, was there on that list of things that I can get us headed in direction to staff that will let them go forward?
Well, so Kevin, I love what you talk about, and the thing that maybe we ought to start with is a question of the council and whether council is willing to return to the liaison idea, because I attend meetings all the time. I think it's a great idea.
We were actually told that it was legally questionable, given the direction of advice coming from the boards and commissions to the council, for us to be there as liaisons. I thought that was a very valuable thing, and it helped the boards and commissions know what the council was thinking, but the legal thoughts 10 years ago, at least, were that might actually impede free speech and free idea generation at boards and commissions. We're certainly all welcome to watch board and commission meetings when they go back to being in person, to sit in the audience, but I don't think legally we were told we could continue with the liaisons. I wonder, though, how many of us actually read the minutes of the boards?
Well, let me just say, we have our city attorney here, Kevin, who might tell us that was not totally true. So
I can obviously look at that. I don't immediately see why that would be illegal, to have a council liaison sit in on a board and commission meeting. with the understanding that it was simply a single council member who was there in essence to serve as a liaison to convey or assist the board in conveying their information to the council. But obviously, if that's a direction that council is potentially interested in going to, we can take a deeper look at that to see if in fact there is a legal issue.
I'm not interested in doing 6 or 7 all by myself. I'll tell you that.
No, and nor do I think you should, right? But I think that was part of the problem, Kevin. And I think that, I'm sorry, Councilmember McEwen, and I do think that this could be helpful, and I think that we would welcome, I think, a reexamination of that. And because I think it would help. I really think it would help, and I think that and I've seen it in other cities, by the way, because I have been looking at other cities, and I know other cities have liaisons to their city councils, including West Hollywood, George, and there's
there are a number of cities who do that, who have council liaisons assigned to various commissions and participate.
And it hasn't been, and nobody's challenged it, correct?
Again, that's what I would have to look at. I don't know the answer to that question.
But maybe we should start before we send you off on a wild goose chase and take a vote of the council as to whether we're interested, or take a poll of the council in having liaisons to boards and commissions.
I think also it might be good to look at the minutes and staff report from the meeting where the decision was made, because I'm sure, given how good our staff reports have been over the years, the findings and the reasoning will be laid out in that.
You mean the one that Marcia did?
Marcia would have been the city attorney at the time, yes.
Yes. Well, I would be interested to know that, and that could help guide us in the future. But let's start. So is anybody interested in making a motion that every, I'm going to skip the annual election, right? But I do think that we should have a vote on whether the boards and commissions should have common bylaws that are standardized across boards and commissions. Councilmember Davis.
I mean, it seems to me maybe there's some, if we do this one at a time, we're going to be here all night.
Okay.
So is there a way to maybe focus on the things that I think are non-controversial, and then we can stick it out? So maybe I would be willing to make a motion that we approve that every city board, commission, and task force should have consistent bylaws established by resolution, which include that officers should rotate, and I would say serve 1 or 2 year terms as chairs in order to promote diversity and provide a leadership opportunity for more members of the community. That 2, election of officers should take place in July after the annual appointments. 3, that year-end appointments in December should be moved to June to align with the annual appointments. 4, a rule should be added that all bodies produce an annual boards and commissions work plan to set priorities for the year, which should align with the department's work plan. 5, required trainings for the year should happen immediately after the appointments in July. 6, all boards, commissions, and task force should adopt the same order of business on their agendas, but if a rule does not apply to a board, commission, or task force, it should be noted on the agenda. 7, attendance requirements should be included in the bylaws, and they should be consistent and clarify the rules for what is considered an excused and an unexcused absence. 8, the latest start time for any meeting should be 7 p.m. 9, accommodation language should be included in the bylaws template after consultation with the Disabilities Commission. And I'm going to skip over 10 because I don't know if we've had enough discussion about that, but I'll go to what is 11, but it'll be 10 on my list of all existing boards and commissions should review, and task forces should review their current bylaws to remove outdated information and/or procedures and utilize the bylaws template to be consistent with the city council format. So I'll make that motion. So it's everything. Okay, good. Everything in those first 11 recommendations except for the task force on the environment, which I just don't know we've had enough discussion on, so.
I'll second.
I already did. Too late.
Sorry.
Councilmember McCowan. I'm sorry, the city attorney wants to tell us something.
Councilmember Davis, can I just ask, in terms of the trainings, the clerk's alternative recommendation was that required training should be completed within 3 months of appointment. As the MP tasked with doing much of that training, I fear that immediately is vague and would be almost impossible to comply with. Would you be willing to amend it to be that required training should be completed within 3 months of appointment, which gives us a reasonable time frame to accomplish that?
Yes, that's fine. That's fine. If it's less legally infirm, let's do it. So yes, I'll accept that as a friendly amendment.
And it's friendly to me too. Thank you very much.
And mine was in line with the city attorney just on number 8. Do we want to go with the clerk's alternative recommendation, which says unless there are basically extraordinary circumstances? Or do we want to say never later than 7 p.m.?
I'm trying hard to imagine an after 7 p.m. meeting. But look, if we had an earthquake, we might have to have an after 7 p.m. meeting.
I always go to earthquake.
Right, it would be an emergency, probably.
Yeah, it would have to be an emergency.
I mean, I guess that's fine, but I can't imagine, even in an earthquake, that we would start a meeting after 7 p.m. But if people are more comfortable with that, that's fine.
We have meetings now that start at 7:30.
What meetings are those?
I think Rec and Parks may be one, at least used to be.
Yeah, I want to say maybe even maybe there was a pier where we started at 7:30. You know, back when we used to go places and drive and get stuck in traffic.
All right. Well, so that's a friendly amendment that, except in extraordinary circumstances,
and that's acceptable to the seconder. Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes, I appreciate Councilmember Davis's motion. I think it moves us forward. One suggestion I want to make, since we're asking item number 4, we're asking for an annual board and commission work plan for setting the priorities. I would like to see a one-page evaluation at the year end. So we set the goals. This is what we want to do for the year, and then year end, one pager. It could just be goal met, no, and then just explanation or how do you plan to meet it next fiscal cycle. Something very simple, a one-page, one-page report documenting the progress on the priorities set.
So it would be a work plan and concluding an annual report, right?
One page. I mean, if we can just keep it one page, we don't want to see a big report,
Doesn't that kind of encompass in number 4 because it's an annual work plan? Presumably, it would recap. I mean, but maybe not. Maybe that's an assumption on my part.
Well, I think Oscar's idea is a good one.
All right, that's fine.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's fine. We'll depend on the city attorney to figure out how to draft that language, though.
Yeah.
Any other questions, suggestions, discussion? And we've lost Councilmember McEwen maybe, but I'm sure he'll be back. So thank you very much, Councilmember Davis, for doing in one fell swoop what I would have taken me an hour. So that was really helpful. And we may get done. Well, good job. Thank you. And
I think we need to vote on that, though.
Yeah, but I'm looking because I don't see Kevin, but maybe he'll be back.
He said he tried, but he was cut off.
Oh.
So he'll call back. He'll come back in.
Okay. So Councilmember Brock.
Since we're maybe we're in a pause for 10 seconds. It wouldn't be part of the motion, but I'd like to make sure that our city attorney at least looks at the idea of liaisons. Do we need to vote on that, or can that just be an advice?
I think that's at the end. We're doing this now.
That's not, yeah, I mean, I think that's not on the agenda, so I think the Brown Act would keep us from doing that as part of the motion, but we can give direction at the end of this item. Am I correct?
Yes, that would be correct. So I take it that this motion would effectively be to direct the city attorney and staff to return with a resolution implementing the recommendations that you've just enunciated.
Yes.
Yes, and we know there's one more thing you want us to do, and we can probably, I'm guessing Councilmember Davis can do a great motion on that too. So, how about a roll call vote now?
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan? Councilmember McKim?
Yes.
Welcome back. Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes, so that passes unanimously with lots of credit and great thanks to Councilmember Davis. And now we need to handle the task force on the environment. So may I have a motion to have term limits for the task force on the environment and convert it to a permanent commission called the Commission on Sustainability and the Environment. Councilmember McEwen.
Yeah, I'll make that motion, and I want to say that I'm making that with great love and affection for that task force, having served as their liaison for, I think, 10 years. But to now put it in the context of ongoing boards and commissions, I think makes all the sense in the world.
Do I have a second? Seconded by De La Torre. So moved by McEwen, seconded by De La Torre.
Let me know, it did not include in moving the Urban Forest Task Force into that board or commission.
Nope, didn't mention those words. So
yeah, right. I have one suggestion. Would it be how would the council feel in terms of adding environmental justice to that as a concept within the framework of that commission?
So it would be calling it the Commission on Sustainability, the Environment, and Environmental Justice?
Yes, correct.
I'm a little concerned that really changes the responsibility of that commission. And I think that we've made a commitment to social equity, but to add that to the title of a board or commission, I think increases the breadth of what they've got to deal with, and they've got their hands full on environment and sustainability.
I just feel like with the issues that we deal with around methane at Gandara Park, or the issues with pollution emanating from the airport or the 10 freeway, these are issues that have been consistent and haven't been dealt with adequately in our city. And this is an opportunity right now, I think, for us to address those issues.
I can tell you from my years with that task force, they are concerned. Methane gas, right now, as a matter of fact, they're in between two meetings where they're talking about the Playa Vista gas fields and escaping methane there. They're already on those issues, council member, but to add in environmental justice, that means a whole different group of people will be coming to that commission with their issues, and I don't think that commission can handle that.
Let me ask a different question. Maybe we can resolve this. So, Mr. Cardona, when we draft the resolution to create this new task force,
this would actually be an ordinance, because we're going to move it into the municipal code as a commission.
Right. When we do the ordinance, changing the task force on the environment to the Commission on Sustainability and the Environment, can we say that its mission? I assume there will be a bunch of whereases and some, right, as we usually have. but can we say with a goal of achieving environmental justice?
The ordinance could include that if council wants it to include that.
Does that work for you, Kevin?
Including a goal, that would be friendly to the maker. I just don't want to fundamentally change the nature of the board or commission.
Does that work for you, Oscar?
Change is incremental sometimes, so yes, let's move forward.
But and it'll be in the ordinance, so it'll be part of the law, even if it's not in the name. Council, I'm sorry, Mr. Cardona.
There was also item 10 in the bylaws that Councilmember Davis correctly skipped in her motion, which is, as we're drafting the ordinance, do you want the term limits for the commission members of this new commission to be the same as for other boards and commissions?
I put the term limits in, I thought. When I called for the motion.
Okay. Then I missed that. My apologies.
I just read what is written on my cheat sheet. So it says, I called for a motion to have term limits for the task force on the environment and convert it to a permanent commission called the Commission on Sustainability in the Environment. Did you hear that, Kevin?
Yep, I think George was saying have the term limits be the same as all the other bodies.
Oh, okay.
That is the understanding of the maker of the motion.
And the seconder, Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes. That's fine.
So let's take a roll call.
Councilmember Parra.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes. So that passes unanimously. Now, I'm looking at the rest of my cheat sheet, most of which we've taken care of, but I think that the couple things that we haven't discussed here are the term limits, including a 1 or 2 year cooling off period. Does anyone feel like we need to discuss that tonight? No, I'm not seeing that. How about the unexcused absences? Does anyone want to make a motion about unexcused absences? And the motion here would be approve the unexcused absence. Okay, so let me go back. Do you, I'm gonna, hold on, I have to get back to the staff recommendation.
So our recommendation was that this applies to we agree with the working group, but we just want the clerk's office. We recommended that this applies to boards meeting monthly. Boards with that are scheduled more often should adopt the bylaw provisions consistent with their intent of the rule. So that is.
But what I'm looking for, Denise, is all you have here. Call for motion to approve the unexcused absences recommendation. And unfortunately, I have to go somewhere else to find the recommendation.
Okay, so let me read to you what that is. So the members will have 2 unexcused absences out of 6 consecutive meetings, should automatically vacate their seat. An absence is considered unexcused when a member does not communicate their absence to the chair or liaison of the body prior to the scheduled meeting. If a member has more than 2 excused absences, they will receive a warning from the chair. If another 2 meetings are missed, then the liaison shall inform the clerk's office, who will inform the city council. Special meetings do not count towards unexcused absences.
Councilmember Brock?
I'll move that.
Well, do I have a second?
Okay.
Moved by Brock, seconded by De La Torre. Councilmember McEwen?
Well, I have a question, which is what's the equivalent policy, for instance, for the city council? Are we asking more boards and commissioners than we do of council members, or less?
No, that's what it says in the charter for the council.
Okay,
Yeah,
so there is a precedent, and that is the same as the rules.
it's equivalent. Correct.
Okay, thanks.
It's equivalent, but does it say that a council member after 2 absences vacates their seat?
I'll go and tell you. Hold on.
I don't. Because this just sounds complicated to me. That's my point. That first you vacate your seat, then you get 2 more absences, then you turn it into the clerk, and then that's all.
So the thought is that if you're going to be out, you need to let somebody know. All right. And then if you're not, then basically you're blowing people off. So the problem that has come up, and anybody who's ever served on a board commission is aware of this. Whose responsibility is it to remove people when they don't attend meetings? And that's where the issue has come up, and that's where it's been raised. So if there is if there's a strict policy that people are aware of, if people just call or let somebody know that they're not going to attend, then that solves that. But it makes it automatic. It makes it automatic.
Yeah,
so it's not that
but what does it say for council members? I heard what Councilmember McEwen said, and I think that that's a logical approach. So and I thought it was in the charter.
I've looked at the charter.
For elected official, may be a bit more complicated.
It is in the charter. Because it's come up when Councilmember McKeown has gone on vacation.
I don't think I've ever missed an unexcused meeting.
No, but you have.
It came up about 10 years ago when my dear friend and our former mayor, Ken Genzer, was hospitalized in what ended up being his last stay in the hospital, and he died. Another council member actually questioned whether his absences meant that he should be removed from the council. I will never forget that. I've never been so disappointed in a colleague as I was at that point. So I know it's in there.
Hold on, let's see.
Charter provision 603 states,
603, yeah.
If a member of the city council is absent from all regular meetings of the city council for a period of 60 days consecutively from and after the last regular city council meeting attended by such member, unless by permission of the city council expressed in its official minutes, then there's a clause that's not relevant. The city council member's office shall become vacant and shall be declared by the city.
And somebody actually tried to invoke that on Ken Genzer as he was dying.
Yeah. I just think that there's got to be, I just think it's too complicated and that we need to find a simpler way. So I'll be voting against it, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't pass. So should we take a roll call vote?
Member David-Torrey?
Well, wait, can I just ask a clarifying question? Because it wasn't clear to me that the motion included the clerk's suggestion that this rule only applied to commissions that meet monthly.
Councilmember Brock?
I believe it did.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to clear that up. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember David-Torrey?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan? Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
No.
Okay. Councilmember McKeown?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
No, so that passes 5-2.
Yes.
On a motion by De La Torre and second, is that right?
No, it was Brock and De La Torre.
Thank you. So that's unexcused absences. Do we want to address members ages 18 to 29? We have not done that. Councilmember Davis.
So I'd like to move, I'm going to include under this items sort of F and G that we explore, so I'm going to make a motion that we explore all means to enhance diverse representation that reflects the Santa Monica community, that includes increased use of social media to reach and encourage community members to consider involvement at fairs and booths at festivals such as Coast, and to consider community-based meetings that give residents more opportunities to have informal conversations about community and concerns, and that we do specific outreach to younger members of the community aged 18 through 29 to sit on boards and commissions. And my reason for doing so is I don't know why we would have special seats for younger members. If someone's 18 and they want to be on a board or commission, they should just be a regular member. But I think we should specifically do outreach to younger groups. So that's my motion.
And I'll second that motion. I'm sorry, if people raising their hands to second it, Council.
Mayor, it's fine.
Okay, good. Comments.
Yeah.
And it's Brock, Delatorre, and McCowan. Oh, you don't have a comment?
I have no comments. I was going to second. So I have
Okay,
no comments.
Delatorre and McCowan.
Yeah. Can we add cultural events for the outreach? So not just social media and so forth, but just add cultural events. And then also, if it wasn't mentioned in terms of their voting power or their voting rights, but I want to be an advocate for those in, that age group, if they're appointed in that manner, that they have equal voting rights.
Yeah, that was kind of the whole point of the motion, was that they shouldn't be treated separately, but that we should do outreach. And I'm fine with including cultural events, although community events I think includes cultural events, but if you want to give it a specific call out, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember McCowan.
And is there a way to sort of avoid the situation we were in today, at least with regard to students and residency? Is there a way to include that in this, George, or to the maker?
So legally, that would have to be on a commission-by-commission basis. Each of the commissions has an ordinance that establishes their membership requirements. The council has the ability to change those if you choose. There are some charter commissions. Those, obviously, you can't choose. You can't change. So some charter commissions have residency requirements. I think most of them do. Those you couldn't change because they're in the charter.
Okay, but it has to be on a commission-by-commission basis, so we can't do anything.
You could ask us in the ordinance. You could ask us to return. You could give direction to return with an ordinance to modify the membership requirements for municipal code-based commissions to include something beyond residents. That is, to include, for example, people who not only reside in Santa Monica but work or attend school in Santa Monica. You could do that. That would be something that council has the ability to do.
Yeah, I just want
the code-based commissions.
Yeah, I just want to say that's not friendly to the maker. And while I'm very sympathetic to Mayor Pro Tem McCowan's intent, I think we have plenty of young people in Santa Monica who we should encourage to be on our boards of commissions. And we have wonderful people apply for our public safety commission, and one of them did not live in, but they live somewhere where there are other commissions for them to get involved. I think one of the reasons that we're having this discussion is trying to facilitate more Santa Monica residents. Now, some of the commissions allow people to not be residents. I'm thinking, for example, of downtown Santa Monica, because property owners elect some of those, for example. But I think for most of nobody hopefully will be offended by this, our more run-of-the-mill boards and commissions, I think we have a wealth of talent and enthusiasm among Santa Monica residents, and I would hate to open it up to the point where we were not catching those people, even because very good and wonderful people applied but didn't live in Santa Monica. So,
yeah, no, I hear you, and I appreciate it not being friendly for this. I just wanted to say that, we have this challenge of affordability. We have a college here that doesn't provide housing. We have a lot of people who, are students there that very much have a life that is in Santa Monica but don't live here. And so I just thought, in a larger way, we could consider this more universally. But I appreciate if it's not friendly, and we can take it up on a case-by-case basis. And I regret that we missed we potentially got this wrong with regard to SMC students in the original ordinance that we took up earlier tonight, especially considering at the last council meeting we specifically wanted to do more outreach at the school. But I respect that. Thanks.
So, seeing no more comments, let's have a roll call vote.
Member Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan? Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes. So that passes unanimously. And I think that the last motion that we're being asked for is a motion to approve a policy permitting boards and commissions to meet quarterly and maintain self-sufficiency with minimal departmental staff support through the remainder of calendar year 2021 or until the end of fiscal year 2022, accepting those commissions that are in the charter, quasi-judicial decision-making bodies, or those with adequate staffing. Whatever. Yes. Councilmember McEwen, I see you.
Well, I'd like to include in this an issue that you won't bring up because it was brought up by your husband, but I think it's a crucial issue. We're in the midst of trying to put together a new housing element, and yet our housing commission has been meeting very infrequently, and staff is recommending that we continue that infrequent schedule for the housing commission. So I'd like to hear from staff. Is that a matter of staffing time? It seems to me that's the input we need right now. Is there a reason why the housing commission was not specifically listed as one that should be allowed to begin to meet more often?
Mayor, I'm sorry. So, Councilmember McKeown, it says the exceptions are those that are in the charter, the quasi-judicial and decision-making bodies, and those with adequate staffing. So, as far as I know, as far as I know, the housing commission as far as I know, they have adequate staffing. I don't know if Jim is still on
the
call.
Commission seemed to feel they weren't being able to meet often enough. So could I get some clarity on whether they are now going to be meeting every month like they usually do?
So, Councilmember, I know that during the pandemic we did make an exception for the housing committee on something they specifically needed to meet on. I think that certainly could be done here. George may remember, the city attorney may remember.
There was actually a specific exemption in the emergency orders to allow the Housing Commission to meet as necessary to provide advice and guidance related to the housing element. So that was actually in the emergency orders.
And that is still standing?
I believe that is still standing. I would have to check to see if that was supplanted by council's direction in December. It would probably be safer for council to give specific direction along those lines if the intent is to have that be the rule going forward.
Well, I would hope whatever motion we make, as we're about to make one, will then, if we need to, specifically grant that the Housing Commission can begin to meet more often, at least between now and October when we have to put together a housing element.
Councilmember Davis. You're muted. I'm sorry. You're still muted. You were unmuted for a second. There you go.
Am I muted?
Oh, okay, good to go. Don't touch anything. Sorry about that. Operator error. There were some things that were in the staff report that we haven't addressed, and I'm just curious, are we intentionally not addressing those? Specifically, term limits, staff liaisons, budgets, 5-year review, update to applications, and additional training. Are we not doing those, or are you entertaining motions on that?
Well, I think we just had a motion. Am I?
Not on those things.
No. I'm right. I think that there's an omnibus motion somewhere that it sort of wraps up all those things. But the truth is that I think that, well, look, if you want to make that motion, but can we deal with this one first, or you want to wrap that into wrap those issues into this motion?
Well, I was thinking that could be wrapped into this motion, even though it's not on that list, but it's So let me give it a try. And let's see what happens here.
Great.
I would move that term limits should remain the same, allowing members to serve 2 consecutive terms and request a 3rd term from the City Council. However, members who term out must wait, and I would say 1 year before applying to another board or commission. That staff liaisons are expected to do administrative work for boards and commissions and not intensive research. Staff research should be limited to information that the department uniquely has access to, and should align with the department's work plan. Budgets for boards and commissions should be part of departmental budgets. Every 5 years, there should be a comprehensive review of all advisory bodies. Every 5 years, there should be a consideration of updating board and commission applications. We should consider training sessions on running meetings, participating during meetings, parliamentary procedure, and other trainings, including but not limited to implicit bias training. That is my personal addition, so that's not on the list. And that in accordance with the staff recommendation, the council should allow boards and commissions to continue meeting quarterly and maintain self-sufficiency with minimal departmental staff support through the end of calendar year 2021. Exceptions to this include boards and commissions enumerated in the charter, boards and commissions with adequate administrative staffing, and quasi-judicial / decision-making boards / committees, including the Housing Commission.
Do I hear a second?
I think you just did.
Yeah. Oh, good. I'm sorry. Didn't hear it.
That was my second.
So, Councilmember Brock.
Councilmember Davis, I had one question. The quarterly meetings would continue to the end of the calendar year?
Yeah, I said calendar year 2021.
Thank you very much. Perfect.
So any discussion of this? And just so you know, let me just say, in light of the accusation made against me, I will be recusing from this motion since it includes the housing. Councilmember Brock.
One short question. The cooling off period. Do we all think that's necessary, that a commissioner, once they come off a commission, has to wait 12 months before they go on another commission? Is that something that I'm just asking, because to me, there have been good commissioners. So, for instance, Commissioner Landris went from social services, right, and then to planning.
Well, you only have to do the cooling off if you term out. I believe Commissioner Landris did not term out, but we talked a lot about diversity. You're going to get more diversity if you have more turnover on commissions. So otherwise, people keep, I got termed out of this commission, I'll apply to a different commission. And so I think creating that cooling off period of a year will create an opportunity for more people to serve on boards and commissions and will actually help us increase the diversity we're looking for.
We'll get more young people that's not all boomers all the time.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember.
Okay, boomer.
Any other comments? Let's have a vote.
De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
I'm abstaining, so the vote is 6-0 with one abstention on a motion by Davis and seconded by McEwen.
I have a question for the interim city attorney. Did we cover did we get all that we needed, George? Because
Yes, I believe I have direction from council on what the resolution should include and what the ordinance should include.
The ordinance, okay.
And the council is putting off for future consideration the consolidations. So I think we have everything from this item unless somebody disagrees.
Except that I'd like to give direction to staff that and specifically, you know what I'm going to say about the liaisons. Yes, I would like to know if that's legal. Is there any other direction? I see Councilmember McEwen. Do you have anything else? Okay. So yes, any other direction? Okay, I think we're ready to move on to 8A. Oh, Councilmember Davis, sorry. You're muted. You're still muted.
George, do you need a vote on that direction?
Okay. I just want to make clear because we're not saying no to consolidation as we're just putting that off to a later date. Is that clear? So that if someone asks me, did you vote yes or no on that, I can say I didn't vote because we didn't handle it. I just want to be clear because sometimes to delay is to deny, but we're not doing that. We're just saying we're going to consider that as a different time, and presumably the clerk and others will go and work on those and bring them back having been enlightened.
We do need direction on what you want us to, as far as consolidation, we do need you to give us some direction. So we received and we have the questions that you asked, but is there any other direction? And we would need to vote on it if you do give direction.
Oh, so do we need to vote on the liaison direction?
That was my question.
If you want it to be formal direction from the council, then you'll need to vote on it.
Yes.
So I move that we direct staff to investigate the legality of liaisons to boards and commissions.
I'd like to second.
Councilmember Brock.
Second.
Moved by Himmelrich, seconded by Brock. Let's take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes. So that passed unanimously. Are there any other directions? Councilmember Parra.
I just wanted to put in my 2 cents when, Councilmember Brock was talking about the Disabilities Commission. I'm in complete agreement. I think especially since we don't have a full-time permanent ADA coordinator on staff, I think the role of the Disabilities Commission is even that much more valuable, and I think it should be a standalone commission. So that's just my 2 cents.
Councilmember Brock, Councilmember De La Torre, and then Councilmember De La Torre.
I'd like to agree with Councilmember Parra and suggest that she make that a motion to continue that as a standalone commission. No?
Sure, I can make the motion.
If you do, I'll second it.
I'm sorry, we aren't addressing the consolidation item right now. But I hear what you're saying,
Okay.
Councilmember Parra.
Thank you.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes, the chair of the Disabilities Commission made some recommendations as well in terms of consolidation with Commission for the Status of Seniors. But on an unrelated note, but related to all of this, is I would like to have staff look at the possibility of a youth commission, or how, I know we struggled with the issue on 18 to 29-year-olds, but even like people that are younger, to come back with some ideas of how we can have youth leadership development integrated, with either a standalone commission or finding a way to integrate youth leadership development within our city operation. It could be a program, a summer program. It could be, finding ways to have commissioners, but where it's appropriate. But I'd like staff to come back with some ideas on how we can do that appropriately.
Councilmember De La Torre, can I ask something that's sort of a favor here? So we have so much work through the budget on June 30th, right? And through the housing element in October, and through doing all these ordinances and doing these boards and commissions. I wonder if, and I'm in agreement that I think it's worth looking at whether that can wait until after we look at the existing boards and commissions.
Yeah, sure, that's fine.
I don't really mean to, but I can just tell you that I'm pretty flat out right now. I don't know how your schedule is, right? But I think until we get the budget and the housing element out of the way, that we're in deep water.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Thank you.
And if I can point out, a previous motion did specifically ask for outreach to look for younger members of existing board and commission. So we're not completely abandoning that.
Councilmember McEwen?
More than not abandoning that, I want to say that development of youth leadership is something this community has fallen short on, and I really hope we will take it seriously.
And I certainly take it seriously, and it's just a question of when we take it seriously, whether we do it right now or whether we do it in October. So, thank you. And so I think we're ready to move to item 8A. Is that right? Does anyone have anything more on 8B? And thank you. I thought that was really productive.
Thank you all. Item 8A, approval of annual legislative platform. And we do have a couple callers on this item.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. As you all know, my name is Stephanie Venegas, and I am the city's Council and Legislative Affairs Liaison. I'm here this evening to present to you minor proposed amendments to your federal and state legislative agendas for 2021. Next slide.
Stephanie, is there a way to make that slideshow just so that we can see the slide a little bit better? Is it just me?
Did that make it bigger for you? Or just me?
News is actually doing it for me, so I'm going to ask him if he would it.
But did that make it bigger for you, Kristen? I know I'm having trouble seeing it too, but.
I mean, I can zoom it a little bit more, but like right now I can see all the slides as opposed to just the slideshow view.
Oh, right.
Give us just a second.
Isn't it in view?
It's under.
It's in slideshow
It's
up
in
at the top.
slideshow at the top on the menu.
It's hide side pane. –
Just do play from
Can you
start.
say, yeah, play from our current slide?
Apologies, Council. I am playing it in slideshow view. I don't know why it's not.
There's something that lets you, like in Acrobat, where you can drop the side.
Let me
It's like,
let me try it again.
Are you seeing it on your other monitor, Anush, in slideshow? I think you need to uncheck a box. I will tell you. There's a box for presenter view.
It's so terrible.
Can you uncheck?
Go forward if I don't want to cause this delay.
I think it's in view. That's what I.
How's that?
Kristen, can you read it now?
Yeah, I can, and obviously I have my staff report. It's just, you know, I was just, for Stephanie's sake, her notes and stuff are,
yeah.
It's fine, though. I mean, yes, I can read it. And I'm sure she's going to tell us what it says.
Okay. If not, you can read my notes down below.
Exactly.
So I'll continue and we can try to get that worked out in the meantime. So for those of you who are new to the council, I thought it'd be helpful to quickly inform you of how the city's legislative advocacy was handled prior to 2016. Prior to 2016, the council took positions on proposed legislation of interest to Santa Monica because of the city's location, economy, programs, policies, or other experiences on a case-by-case basis. They were either presented by staff in packages or brought forward by council members via a 13-item at council meetings. The city's historical support or opposition of these legislative policies has over time created a record of their policy authorization, which was compiled into a compendium on an annual basis by our federal and state representatives. The 2015 compendium formed the basis of the first legislative agendas adopted by the council in 2016. The council's historic actions on specific bills or issues were recast into policy positions and organized in those platforms in congruence with the August 2015 council adopted strategic goals. Next slide. I want to make sure it's not just stuck for me and that you all can't see the next slide as well.
Did the slide not advance?
No.
It didn't advance. Click in the slide, maybe, Anush, and then use your arrow key or click on the next slide on the list on the left.
Try this.
Okay. So
How's that?
why there it's updated now. Thank you. So why do we have federal and state representatives? The services of both our state and our federal representatives are critical to ensure that the city is aware of and engaged in the formation of legislation that may impact the city's policy or program objectives. They monitor state and federal proposals, legislation, administrative regulations, and other developments of interest and advise to the city when city programs or policies may be affected. Their responsibilities include, but are not limited to, providing detailed information on proposed state and federal legislation and initiatives, maintaining effective working relationships with both our state and our federal delegation, advising the city on proposals pending before the state and federal regulatory or funding agencies, and they assist city officials with appearances or represent the city before legislative committees and administrative agencies. Next slide. The benefits of having comprehensive legislative agendas, they capture the city's policies and goals in one place. They create additional transparency, and they enable us as staff to quickly weigh in on matters of legislative importance. The adoption of these agendas are a public statement by council of its legislative priorities, and they are posted on our webpage for the public to view and access. The sources for the policy statements that you'll find in our state and federal platforms, they were drafted based on past legislative compendiums. As I mentioned, the one that we first took to council in 2016 was based off of the most recent version at that time, the 2015 compendium. We've updated them annually to align with any newly adopted council priorities, policies, or programs. And additionally, we have at times added policy positions to align with any amicus brief sign-ons or legal positions of note. And finally, worth mentioning that we also have the existing authority from council to act in concurrence with the League of California Cities, and they gave us that authority in August of 2015. So that where there may be a bill of interest to the city where we don't have a formal policy position, if the League of California Cities is taking a position, we can act in concurrence with the League. Our federal lobbyist is the Ferguson Group. We are represented by Charmaine Anderson in Washington, D.C., and the Ferguson Group and Charmaine have represented the city's interests since 1994. They represent 101 clients in 21 states, so their expertise is truly in municipal federal representation. And our state lobbyist is Shaw, Yoder, Antwi, Meltzer, and Lang. They are up in Sacramento, and we are represented by Sylvia Solis Shaw. They've represented the city since 1986, and they also represent other neighboring cities such as Los Angeles and Beverly Hills. This proves useful at times, especially the last 2 years. We have worked very closely through Sylvia with the cities of San Francisco, Los Angeles, and San Francisco, Los Angeles, and ourselves on micromobility legislation pending before the state legislature. So the reason I'm here before you this evening is to present the minor amendments to the city's federal and state platforms for 2021. The main reason for bringing this item before you this evening is to reorganize the policy statements in our 2020 platform to align with Council's newly adopted community and budget priorities for the next biennial budget. And those are addressing homelessness, a clean and safe Santa Monica, and equitable and inclusive economic opportunity and recovery. What we did was take the policy statements in their previous buckets and did our best to realign them under the new headings of Council's newly adopted priorities. Next slide. I just want to highlight some of the additions that we made under these new policy priority headings. So the first is in our reducing homelessness section. We added some policy statements around COVID-19 tenant protections, a statement explicitly reaffirming the Council's priority of local control over land use decisions, and also advocating for regional solutions to addressing homelessness. Next slide. In Clean and Safe Santa Monica, in that section, we added policy statements around Council's endorsement of the equity and inclusion work within the city organization and our current exploration of alternate dispatch programs. Slide. And lastly, in our equitable and inclusive economic recovery section, some highlights there for some of our new policy statements are related to economic recovery post-COVID-19. So not only for the city, but also for our residents and small businesses. And then we also here in this section wanted to memorialize Council's recent direction on SB 10. You'll see a policy statement about that as well. The second changes to the platform. So as I mentioned in previous years, the platforms were organized around Council's previous strategic goals and their framework priorities. So they've taken various iterations over the last few years. And in previous iterations of our agendas, affordability, mobility, and sustainability had their own headings because they were at the time either strategic goals of the council or some of their framework priorities. So while not one of the top 3 budget priorities for the council in the coming 2 years, these remain long-standing legislative priorities for the city, and we'll continue to monitor and advocate for legislation around housing affordability, multimodal transportation, and climate change. So we combined those in an additional priority section behind the top 3 priorities of the council. So you'll find those closer to the end of the document, each of the documents. Next slide. And lastly, you'll see some new policy statements around some of the city and the council's emerging priorities over the last year. So those largely deal with racial justice, reforming policing practices, and also protections for the LGBTQ community. And as I mentioned, some of those policy statements deal with the city's support for gender-neutral bathrooms, for instance, legislation addressing systemic racism, and then specifically systemic racism and access to housing. We added statements about all of those. And then in terms of next steps, staff, so Anuj and myself, will continue to actively monitor legislation and engage on the city and the council's behalf. We will send letters throughout the legislative process, all the way until bills are passed by the state legislature and they reach the governor's desk at the end of September. He'll then have 30 days to sign or veto bills. So we'll be sending letters on bills of interest to the city, into the fall. And as always, this is a living document that can be amended if needed. And we anticipate bringing a 2022 version before the council early next year. And the recommended action this evening is that you approve the 2021 state and federal legislative agendas, which detail both the city's historic legislative priorities and emerging concerns, align with the council's adopted community and budget priorities for fiscal years 2021 through fiscal year 2023. And I'm now available to answer any questions you might have.
Councilmember McEwen.
Ms. Venegas, I have a couple of questions for you. The first has to do with the scope of our representation in Sacramento and Washington. A year ago, we were in a panic with free-falling revenues, inability to balance our budget. As I recall, we cut back the scope of both of those organizations in Sacramento and in Washington to cover fewer issues than we used to have covered. Does your presentation tonight presume that we're going to be able to re-up that and have full representation in Sacramento and Washington going forward?
Yes, so to clarify, we actually only reduced the scope of the Ferguson Group contract. We never actually cut the contract for Shaw Yoder, so they have remained intact. When we cut the Ferguson Group, it was due to a budget efficiency, and at the time, given the previous administration, we weren't engaging, or rather seeing the fruits of our engagement. And so we reduced that scope down to $15,000 per year, and they were solely focused on 3 of the 6 council priorities at the time. We have since found funds to re-up the budget to its previous $45,000 per year. And yes, we have already started making plans for how we will increase our advocacy in DC.
And you're mentioning that we didn't get much traction with the previous administration. Is a perfect segue to my second question. With the election of Kamala Harris to the vice presidency, we have a new United States Senator, Alex Padilla. And I'm wondering, how specific do we have to be in this legislative platform to take advantage of new opportunities? I found out last week Senator Padilla is introducing legislation about reconnecting communities that were divided by the interstate highways. And for about 20 years, we've talked about loving to cap the 10 freeway and reconnect the north and south sides of our city, but we thought that's going to take federal funding. Well, here's a bill that might provide that federal funding. Are we able, under the existing legislative agenda, to be advocating for that bill, or do you need us to add something as direction tonight?
No, I believe we have the existing authority from council to be able to advocate for that legislation. I think what's most helpful is the fact that we have increased our scope with the Ferguson Group back to its full amount. And we have already actually, through the Ferguson Group, set up meetings with our new Senator Padilla, and also with the offices of Senator Feinstein and Congressman Liu to apprise them of the council's recent adoption of their priorities so that they know what we're most focused on here in Santa Monica.
Okay.
And we'll obviously... I'm sorry, go ahead.
I really hear opportunity knocking here, freeway capping, and I would hate to miss the chance.
Yeah, we anticipate, we are able to see through the American Rescue Plan, $29 million locally for Santa Monica, and obviously all of the other benefits under the plan that really impacted the wallets of our residents through, expanded unemployment benefits and SNAP benefits. And we only anticipate that there will be future opportunities, such as an upcoming infrastructure plan, to be able to continue to advocate for resources for both the city and our residents.
Okay, I don't have a number on this bill, but it's called the Reconnecting Communities Act.
I've got it in my email.
To be reconnected.
So, any other questions? And how many, I'm sorry, Councilmember DeLatorre.
Yes, can you tell us the for the amount of the contract? One federal was $45,000, but what about the state lobbying effort?
I'd have to pull up that amount. It was adopted by the council several years ago. I believe it was in 2019. And those are actually 5-year contracts that aren't, I believe, up again until 2023. But if you give me a moment, I can probably find that for you while Councilmember Davis asks.
Davis asked her question. Yes, Councilmember Davis. I didn't want to interrupt you, but.
Yeah, well, that's fine. I'm willing to wait. But I'll go ahead and ask it. So I'm a little concerned. And I obviously, when we adopted our new priorities, I voted no because I didn't think they were broad enough. So I'm trying to figure out, are we going to be lobbying for, it says additional priorities, climate change, sustainability. But how are we doing that when that's not one of our declared priorities? I'm just sort of confused how we decided things that weren't declared priorities, but we included them anyway. And I'm fine with it, but I'm just sort of trying to reconcile that discussion with this list.
I think that we recognize that while they're not the top 3 priorities for the upcoming budget cycle, and the allocation of any, funds from the council to various, programs and in the city, they still remain long-standing legislative priorities for the council. So should you all vote this evening to tell us otherwise, to remove them from the document, we felt, it important to leave them in there to continue to advocate for issues of housing affordability and climate change and multimodal transportation.
Okay, and then my other, am I the only one hearing the feedback here?
No, you're echoing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me see here. Sometimes if I get closer, it solves the problem. So some of these things, I'm just curious how we reconcile them. For example, under where'd it go? Under tenant protection, access to housing, we say we're going to support legislation that increases equitable and affordable housing access with a particular focus on areas that historically excluded diverse populations and affordable housing. And yet at the same time, we say we're going to oppose some of the legislation that's pending at the state level that would force us to build more diverse forms of housing throughout the city. How are we reconciling those two? And, how are we doing that?
I think that the direction around the opposition was related to the upzoning that you find in SB, the positions that council took on SB 9, and I think it speaks that position speaks more directly to the council's long-standing priority of making decisions of where density makes the most sense. And so I don't necessarily believe that they're in conflict with each other. I think that one speaks to density not being told to us, by the state where it should necessarily be added, and the other speaks to more broadly issues of equity and inclusion in housing. And I understand that while some might believe those are in conflict, but I do believe that there could be unique opportunities where there are specific bills that deal with them in different ways.
Okay.
And I have the number for you, Councilmember Delatorre. It's pretty close. It's about $46,000 annually.
I've been shouting Councilmember Brock's name for the past 30 seconds at my muted microphone. Sorry.
Okay. All right. I could hear my name somewhere in the atmosphere. So, as much as yes, I look at this and I look at this in a different way. I look at it as we are advocating for bills that will support us and for state and federal funds that will support our goals. So if the state wants to fund, I've said this before, if the state wants to fund the housing we need, the affordable housing, even though I may oppose parts of 9 and 10, I want that money from the state and federal government. So if our lobbyists are doing that, I don't see that in conflict at all. I see that we're doing what we should be doing, which is seeking the funds to be able to take care of the people of our city who live here and those who deserve to live here as well. So I have no opposition to what you've just said at all. And the subcategories that this city has always stood for, of equity, of inclusion, of sustainability, those are all things we want. And I don't see that as different than our two local priorities. I want our Congress, our federal government, our state government to support the things that we need to make our city whole again. So Stephanie, I'm absolutely fine with what you're doing. Thank you.
Well, I think that now, since we're getting into conversation, how about we have our speakers? How many are there again?
I think we're down to one now.
Good. Let's hear that speaker.
Transferring Jonathan Foster.
Welcome, Jonathan Foster. You're in the meeting, and your time starts now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
We
Your
can.
time starts now.
Oh, you can. Thanks. So, well, it starts with Shaw, Yoder, and the whole legislative group. I'm looking through so much of it when it talks about homelessness, trying to, help everybody that's homeless. I mean, this is so creepy. This is coming. Also, there's the one for the state and one for the federal. There should be an adjusted to inflation minimum wage, not a living wage. You can't. Everybody's dying on a minimum wage. This place has so much money, it's ridiculous. This makes me so upset. This stuff. So I got down here to public safety, right? Support legislation. Where was it? Restricting the manufacturer and importing sale devices capable of converting ammunition feeding device into a high capacity magazine. There's things like this. There was something on here about training for officers. They're not allowed. There's supposed to be some training that they're because it was unfunded. Yeah, here it is. Oppose legislation that proposes unfunded mandates on training for officers. That's what they need, is different training for the police departments. That's why I have a birth certificate issued by the Department of State. See, I know how to talk about this stuff. I'm not stupid. We're being run around by a bunch of jerks from Israel. That's the thing that's going on here. George Washington and Thomas Jefferson have been crapped off the cliff with the scapegoat. This thing has made me so upset. What I'm seeing is going on with these Congress is completely should be put in jail. You got this Soberoff dude. He's got a condo on a Native American burial site. This is what we're dealing with here.
Thank you. Your time is now up.
Do we have any discussion of the legislative priorities? Or does somebody want to move them? Oh, Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes, I really appreciate that racial justice is on the priority list. I would like to add, to expand on that is entrepreneurship opportunities for historically marginalized communities. Just to expand on it, it's more than just police, reform and so forth. But I think we, really, looking at opportunities for economic empowerment is really important moving forward. So anything around jobs, local hire, entrepreneurship, I think is really, really important. Anything around environmental justice, we look at, we talk about, connecting communities, but the communities that are breathing the freeway every day or other contaminants, from other industrial uses, those need to be mitigated if possible, and there's ways to do that. So there, that takes money and maybe special taxes, but I think some legislation on those issues, I think, are important because we can really start defining what we mean by racial justice. So I'd like to add those two. One, so economic empowerment, entrepreneurship, and environmental justice issues, and I'm sure we can find a way to strengthen that. There isn't anything on education, even though that's a priority as well for us, but closing the achievement gap, culturally relevant curriculum in the state, for example, it's a big debate right now. And I think, it's important for us to weigh in on issues such as ethnic studies. We have a big problem with, methamphetamine and fentanyl, and that's a big impact on our communities. I didn't really see anything around substance abuse and treatment and rehabilitation. So if we can add that, I think that would be great. And, you know, support for essential workers, you know, who showed up, you know, during the pandemic and showing appreciation for them. Anything that we can do to support those workers, those frontline employees, I think would be very important. Youth services, of course, as well. And then finally, and this is a question that I have for our interim city attorney. I know that we're in the middle of litigation around the California Voting Rights Act, but in terms of voting rights, or even in the state of California supporting the California Voting Rights Act, would it be a conflict for us to prioritize that in terms of our lobbying efforts, even though we're, you know, we have a case and pending litigation going before the California Supreme Court? So that's a final question on that.
I don't know if George have thoughts on that. What I can say just generally about litigation is that, you know, it's an action by the council. It's something that the council has voted on and taken a public position on. So we do, or we have at times used any previous council decision if we haven't specifically had a policy statement in our platform, if we've needed to advocate on something.
And council member, I can follow up a bit on Stephanie's comment there, not so much with respect to your last question, but with regards to some of the other items that you raised. You know, that connects back to the sources that we use to compile the legislative agendas, and really what we base that on each time we update that is the council adopted priorities, and then, you know, policy positions taken by the council through council actions on local items, amicus briefs potentially, or you know, Legal California Cities positions. And so some of the things that the specific items that you identified, you know, aren't always necessarily things that we have either council actions in the past or past legislative agendas on which we could source those specific items, but certainly, you know, with regards to equitable and inclusive economic recovery, you know, incorporating access to education, access to entrepreneurship and you know, business development resources, I think could fit within that council priority. But some of the other specifics that you referenced with regards to substance abuse, for example, may not necessarily have a sourced council action that we could sort of support that on, absent an independent vote by the council to adopt that policy.
So, Mayor Himmelrich, can I speak?
Yeah, you're up. You're not muted. You're in a conversation with staff, aren't you?
Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure that I'm okay. So I understand, and thank you very much for clarifying that. So in order, so just to get staff's feedback, you feel comfortable that if we added sort of economic empowerment as a larger piece under that sort of entrepreneurship, diversity in hiring policies, that type of thing, you know, that how we can achieve racial justice, right, through these types of initiatives. You feel comfortable with those based on the budget priorities we've already supported. And I'm thinking if you know, the issue of environmental justice, is that would you require us to vote on that? Would that require a vote? Like if we wanted to, you know, support legislation that funded mitigations, let's say for pollution emanating from the freeway, for example, would that be something that you would want to us to vote on? Do I have to make a formal motion to get that as a priority item?
I think we would need direction in a vote from the council this evening to direct us to include that, a specific policy statement in relation to that in the platform.
Okay. So I just want to just to clarify, on the economic side, we're okay though, or do you also need to make a motion?
No, I think we're fine there in the bucket of the equitable and diverse economic recovery. I think we are okay with substance abuse as well. There is language in there. I'd have to pull it up, but there's language in there around drug and alcohol addiction. So I think we're okay there as well. I think where we don't have anything that might fit is in relation to some of your comments around environmental justice.
Yeah, so I'd like to make a formal motion then to include environmental justice, especially mitigations for pollution emanating from freeways and also from methane, specifically on those two issues. If to add that as well, and that under racial justice.
I just have a question. Is this simply potentially just like a moving up of one? Because in our additional priorities, the top one under climate change and sustainability is support legislation and secure resources for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, which includes methane. That already includes it, and protection and preservation of our environment. I mean, it seems like it's there, but I guess it's just not there under what we did prioritize, which was, and then this was a thing we brought up on March 13th, was when we did equity and inclusion sorry, yes? Did someone say something? Sorry. I thought I heard Denise. Okay, I'm tripping. I apologize. When we kind of put it in just this economic recovery bucket, is that just me, or I hear like almost a child? No, am I okay?
I think it was just feedback, Kristen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think you were getting feedback.
It's been funky tonight, so it probably is on my end. And my kids aren't even around. So I feel like it's there. It's just maybe not sitting in the place where it can get at what Councilmember De La Torre is talking about. So is there a way, I guess, to just move it around? But the concept is there.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'll just say, in response to that, and I think this speaks to Stephanie's response to Councilmember McEwen earlier as well, but, we do have, I think, the authority from the council adoption of these agendas to interpret, specific bills on specific issues that do come up consistent with the broad kind of policy statements in the agenda. And so the example that Councilmember McEwen raised about Senator Padilla's legislation, we didn't have, and we in the staff recommended legislative agendas, we don't have specific language in there with regard to, capping freeways or reuniting, displaced or divided communities from interstates, but through our racial justice language as well as our restoration of affordable housing access, we feel confident we would be able to support that. So I think, your point is that we do have the content and the themes in the recommended agendas that would probably enable us to support environmental justice-oriented legislation already as recommended by staff.
Yeah, that's thank you.
Mayor?
Mayor, you're muted.
Councilmember Brock, I'm sorry, I could have
That's
sworn
okay.
go ahead.
No, it's getting late, I understand. Stephanie, this is a question for you. Our lobbyists, we share our federal and our state lobbyists with many other municipalities and areas around the nation. My fear is that we give them too much and we dilute their efforts. So am I wrong in that? In other words, if we give them a mass of things to lobby for, do we dilute what they're doing? And is it better to pinpoint major themes? Or does it matter? Maybe I'm wrong. It just feels to me that we have to keep our eye on the ball a little bit.
I mean, there are thousands of bills introduced at the state legislature, every year, and so having a framework for what they can be on the lookout for as bills that would be of interest to us.
Actually, the meeting with Congressman Liu last week, oh God, it feels like it was a year ago, where I say, is this consistent with our policy, or do we need to bring it before council? And I think there's been nothing. I mean, we brought the 4 earmark issues before council to run those by Congressman Liu. But other than that, I've been asked to sign on to environmental bills, to housing bills, to, racial justice bills, I mean, and each one has been consistent with our policies.
All I was asking is I didn't want us to dilute their efforts. But what you're saying is basically we have a giant umbrella and we're good. That's all I was asking. That's my interpretation is correct?
Yeah, and Santa Monica has a reputation. I think we're known for being advocates for our umbrella.
Okay. Thank you, Stephanie.
Councilmember McCowan, and I see you, Councilmember McEwen. You're after Councilmember.
Oh, Councilmember McEwen had his hand up first. Go for it, Kevin.
Okay, Councilmember McEwen.
Having heard council's concerns successfully addressed by staff, I move the staff recommendation.
I would be happy to second that.
Moved by McEwen, seconded by Brock. Councilmember McCowan, are you done?
I'm good. Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Davis.
So maybe this goes to the maker and the seconder. Assembly Bill 1401, removing parking minimums near transit. That certainly usurps local planning, but it also facilitates more housing. Are we for it or against it? And I'm not expecting you to really answer that, but I am very concerned that it seems to me we have 2 contradictory directions in here. One having to do with creating more affordable, more equitable, more diverse housing opportunities, particularly in neighborhoods that have had exclusionary histories. And at the same time, we're opposing legislation that we say usurps local control. Because what we have to remember, of course, is that the legislation doesn't just apply to Santa Monica. We can have the best intentions in Santa Monica, but whatever we're supporting also applies to Huntington Beach and La Cañada. So 99.9% of what's in here I support, but I'm very concerned that this opens the door to us opposing housing bills in Sacramento on the grounds that it, quote unquote, usurps local control. So I don't know, maybe the maker and the seconder can address that.
As the maker of the motion, I mean, I've long said that the way to retain local control is to show local responsibility. And so if we have competing language in here, it's because, frankly, we do have competing interests. And I don't think it's black or white. We're living in a world of gray, sometimes color. And all we can do here is espouse certain principles. We would like to do things that increase the production of housing, and we would like to do that in a way that doesn't usurp local control. Will that be hard? Yes. Does that mean that our 2 directions may at some point be fighting against each other? That's the spirit of politics and compromise.
But my question is, but what happens when someone asks Mayor Himmelrich to sign a letter supporting a bill that has the effect of imposing planning restrictions on us? Do we say no because it usurps local control, or do we say yes because it will increase diversity in previously exclusionary neighborhoods?
Or we say support if amended or opposed.
Mhm.
If amended, staff will interpret the bill. The mayor will then use her own personal judgment as to whether she feels comfortable signing on behalf of the council. I think that things like that get responded to in real time.
Or I would come to the council and actually say, okay, this does this and this, and do we support it or not? Because there are new horizons being developed all the time in both housing, affordability, parking, transit, everything. And we haven't anticipated everything in this. And so there might be times where there are two policies that cut different ways. And then I personally, and every mayor I'm sure is different, but I would come back to the council on that.
Well, I mean, I guess with that understanding, I can support it, but I'm very, I guess you can hear my concern that if we prioritize local control over eliminating our known history of exclusionary housing policies, that would trouble me, that we were supporting bills, without having that council discussion. Now, I'm assuming I would probably lose, but I think we still owe it to people to have that discussion.
Well, I agree, we do. But the other thing that I believe is that that our responsibility when we're voting here is to Santa Monica. So when I'm working in my day job, I worry about Huntington Beach, but here I worry about the city.
Well, and I understand that, but the point is we're not talking about supporting bills that only apply to Santa Monica. Whether we like it or not, we're talking about legislation that applies throughout the state. We know there are communities throughout the state that are very resistant to the idea of local control being usurped in any way, shape, or form, or equally or more resistant to the idea of trying to remedy formerly exclusionary housing policies by allowing different types of housing in areas that formerly had exclusionary zoning requirements. So if there's a representation that when those two things in particular are in conflict, that the council will at least have a discussion about them, then I can support it. But if we're going to start without having an open discussion about it, supporting legislation at the state level, then, like I said, I support 99.9% of what's in here. But that is the hot issue right now in Sacramento. And I, would be, remiss if I didn't say it would bother me if we were sending letters that said we oppose, for example, 1401 because it usurps local control over parking minimums.
Look, I haven't read 1401. I don't know if it usurps local control over parking minimums but runs afoul of something else in here. Again, each bill is in its own right, but if it were a close call like that, I would come back. I would not be sending a letter either way. Yeah, city attorney. I'm sorry. Yeah, city manager.
In my past life. I do think, Councilmember, that we have the option of taking a watch position or a neutral position. So I just want to point out that the mayor wouldn't necessarily have to come back on every single one. I know that may be unsatisfactory in some ways, but I do want to point out I want to point out transparently that could be the results on some of these, is that if there's conflict, we could end up in a watch position.
Okay, thanks.
Any more discussion? Let's take a roll call vote.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen?
Yes.
Councilmember McKeon?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
No.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes, so that passes 6-1.
And Mayor, may I just state that the reason for my no vote was what I see as being inherently contradictory positions regarding housing and equity, particularly with regard to the issue of local control versus the attempt to build more affordable housing and more diverse housing in historically exclusionary neighborhoods.
Thank you. And now we are on to 13. Is that possible?
13A is recommendation to accept Elaine Behringer's resignation from the Social Services Commission and authorize the city clerk to publish the vacancy. And we have no callers on this item.
I move that we accept with regret.
Second. Let's vote. Can we get back?
Parra? No.
Go
Sorry,
ahead.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Hemmerich?
Yes, so that passes unanimously. And now we're on 13B. And since I'm a dog owner, I may go first on this.
Okay.
Do you mind, Councilmember Brock?
I'm fine. Take the lead, Mayor. It's your birthday.
And I have a dog. Do you have a dog? So
I don't. But it's your birthday for another 15 minutes, so happy birthday.
So I do have a dog who I do take to the dog park, and there are the closest dog park to me is on 14th Street down by Colorado, across from the veterinary hospital there. So people have been talking to me for years about the possibility of having a dog park in Reed Park. I don't know if it's practical. I don't know if there's space. I don't know if it is financially feasible, but I'm interested in looking at whether it is. So that is why I personally am supporting this motion, or this item. Councilmember Brock.
I agree with everything you said, and we talked about this starting in probably 2007 or 2008 on the Recreation and Parks Commission. We've tried other things there, but you know, every day when I'm on a walk through anywhere in North Santa Monica, I see dogs and their owners out, and I get constant discussions about Rosie's Beach in Long Beach, or the fact that there's not one dog park in North Santa Monica whatsoever. And I'm talking about North Santa Monica, really from Santa Monica Boulevard, actually Olympic, north. And Mayor Hemmerich is, it's really not a dog park. It's a short dog run. And so we have one on Main and Pacific. We, of course, have an airport dog park off leash, and Jocelyn Park, named for a former mayor of Santa Monica and councilman. So we have nothing in North Santa Monica. We have no prospects for finding park space in North Santa Monica at all. Yet we have a huge number of dog owners. It's something worth exploring, and having staff come back during the budget process to see if it actually is feasible.
So I think, yes, city manager. I'm sorry, what? Oh, we have a caller? Did you say we have a caller? Yeah, city manager.
Yes, we do have a caller, but go ahead, Lane.
Council, just quickly, I do want to say, in terms of staffing, as we previewed for you in the American Rescue Plan conversation, we will be recommending addition of a park planner in the budget process. We do think that is effectively essential for any number of reasons, but this being one of them. So I just want to be realistic with you. I can't bring this back to you in the budget process because I need that person to be able to look at this and to handle any number of other things that are coming up around parks. So I just want to be realistic about that timing.
And I'm not in, I just have to say that I wasn't expecting this to happen this year, for instance. I understand our financial circumstances, and people are certainly more important than dogs to all of us, I think. So there you go. Councilmember Parra.
I just had a quick question of Lane. Do we have any other park planners on staff?
So we previously had park planners. We have planners. We do not have a park planner position at this point. And we do believe that we need that position for this and as we look to 2028 and also with respect to other things that are coming up, what we're finding is that it just doesn't work to rely on coordination between CSD and planning. We need a park planner position.
Councilmember Brock. Sorry.
So I don't see this as an existential emergency either. I do know that this is relatively simple and may not need an entire park planner between the forester and planning and assistant city manager. Let's say for public works, they may be able to come up with an approximate cost on doing this, and that's all we're looking for right now. So, wood chips, double fences, and an area. But, I'll defer to you, and when we get it back, we get it back. And I hear the plea for a park planner. I hear that loud and clear.
So I'm going to move item 13D with no time constraints.
Okay, and I'll second.
Do we still have a caller?
Yeah.
Oh, whoops, sorry. Yes, we do. It is getting late, and I started early.
Transferring John Katz.
Good evening, John Katz. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you, Mayor Himmelrich, Mayor Pro Tem McCollum, City Council. I'm calling today in my capacity as a dog lover. Over the past week, I've had the opportunity to talk with several highly regarded dogs in the Santa Monica community, many of whom you know personally, about this council item. I'm pleased to report that they're all enthusiastic about the opportunity for a new off-leash dog park. However, they did have one bone to pick with the idea, and that is the potential displacement of unhoused humans who currently sleep in Reed Park because they have nowhere else to go. And in light of what happened at Echo Park in Los Angeles last month, I'm asking you to direct staff to plan ahead with outreach to the homeless individuals who are living in the park. And this does not need to involve the police department. Ideally, this can be an opportunity to find permanent housing for these people, but what we can't do is clear out encampments with reckless abandon as we've seen happen in Los Angeles. Let's be sure in Santa Monica, human beings are treated with dignity and compassion. If we can make space for our canine residents to run freely, surely we can do the same for our human ones. Thank you for your service and your patience to Corey Newlander. And finally, in these final minutes of the 27th, happy birthday, Mayor Himmelrich. I know I speak for so many Santa Monicans when I say we're lucky to have a mayor.
Thanks, John, and I know you're off, but Katie's out there looking for you now. Yes, Councilmember McEwen.
Well, I'm certainly supportive of this concept, and in fact, Councilmember Brock mentioned Rosie's Beach. 20 years ago, I tried for about 5 years to get us a dog beach here in Santa Monica, and that ended without success because it's a state beach. This is land we control. I really want to commend John Katz for how gently he introduced the concept of who might be displaced. We got a rather harsh letter accusing us of being morally bereft because that letter writer felt we were using this as a way to move people who are homeless out of that park. And if that were what we were doing, I would have a really hard time with it. So I would hope that when the motion is made or finally voted on, it will include a little more exploration than just the feasibility and costs of this proposal. I'd hope we'll also study what the effect will be on the people who are in that park now and other users of that park as well, and where those other users and people who are just hanging out in the park might be displaced too in the neighborhood. And I'd also like to hear from the neighborhood about having a dog park, because I know when the Jocelyn dog park was put in And aren't we lucky in Santa Monica to have a dog park named Cats? That dog park was very controversial because a lot of the neighbors didn't like all the noise. So I hope that the motion could be broadened to include a bit more input before we take this any further.
Councilmember Brock.
Councilmember McEwen, would you like to make an amendment that possibly Mayor Himmelrich and I will see as friendly?
Just what I just said, that the direction to explore be broadened to report back not just on budget considerations on feasibility and cost, but also the impact on neighbors, the impact on current users of the park, and how this fits in with our policies, our successes, and our failures dealing with homelessness.
That's friendly to the maker if I, in fact, made that motion. I may have
You
to
did,
make it again.
and it's absolutely friendly to me.
Councilmember Davis. You're muted. Sorry.
I don't know. I'm getting the little
There you
white
go.
light and the whole thing. Okay, thank you. It's just slow on the uptake, I think. I'm wondering if it would be a friendly amendment, because I do know we need a dog park in the northern part of the city, but I share Mr. Katz's and Councilmember McEwen's concerns about potential displacement of people, and you know, they're not going to go away. They will just move somewhere else, like into alleys and doorways. So I think that's a potential issue. But again, if there's no rush on this, who knows where we'll be a year from now. But I'm wondering if it would be a friendly amendment to add and explore if there might be other potential localities for a dog park. I don't know if there is one, but for example, there's a grassy area up on Franklin Hill or something like that where people can't play, but maybe dogs could or something.
That's friendly to me. Councilmember Brock.
You mentioned my future park at the top of Franklin Hill. I can't say no to that, council member.
There we go. We have all friendly amendments. So any other comments or amendments? I don't think so. Let's take a vote.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Parra.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes. So that passes unanimously. And we are on to 13C. Who's taking the lead?
I'm sorry to interrupt. Hang on, Denise. We had one more caller for the last item.
Oh.
That's waiting in the queue, yeah.
Well, they've already voted. Well, I guess.
Well, let's hear the caller.
Okay.
I hope they support what we did.
If they don't support what we did, I guess they'll bark at us.
Oh,
Transferring Jonathan Foster.
Good evening, Jonathan Foster. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hi. I just wanted to say there's too much dog urine everywhere. If you could have something like a dog park, I guess that'd be all right. I think that the best thing to do would be to maybe get rid of the dogs. There are man's best friend, the dog, right? Used to be security guard, so to speak. It's just been blown out of proportion. Absolutely ridiculous. And now we're looking for room, displacing humans out of the park. So, I mean, it's just very sad to see that, but there's too many dogs. So, into my comment. Thanks.
thank you, Mr. Foster. So back to 13C.
Item 13C is request of council members Parra and Davis that as part of the economic recovery efforts, council directs staff to consider the proposal of the Main Street Business Improvement Association and the Ocean Park Association and return to council with a plan to implement a pilot program for temporary summer weekend closures of all or part of Main Street, automobiles and bus traffic, as well as to assess pilot traffic impacts on surrounding neighborhoods. And we do have at least 3 audio callers for this.
So, go ahead.
I
Thank
can
you.
start, and then Councilmember Parra can jump in. I think as people know, this has been discussed in various forums. There was a survey done by the Ocean Park Association relating to whether or not members and residents thought that it would be worth trying to do a partial closure. It's not a full closure. There still would be cross traffic. It would be limited to 2 or 3 blocks probably. So it wouldn't be, for example, Ocean Park Boulevard would not be closed. This is part of a very popular trend, which is limiting automobile traffic on certain streets. It was certainly done with tremendous success up on State Street in Santa Barbara. It was also been done in New York City in some parts, and they are actually closing several streets to automobile and bus traffic in San Francisco. So a lot of communities are considering this. The idea is that even though our restaurants and local businesses are starting to come out of the pandemic, we all know they were literally closed for months and months and months. And this is an opportunity perhaps to help them come back to health. It may not be a wonderful comparison, but they closed 3 blocks that were very similar to Main Street in Munich, Germany, and they found that retail revenues increased by about 200% and restaurant revenues increased by about 300%. People love these open streets. Again, it's not a total closure, and it's a pilot program. So if it turns out that it's just a disaster, then we won't do it anymore. But I think the idea is that nobody knows for sure what will happen, and so the idea is let's do a pilot and see, study the traffic and other impacts, and then we can make a decision about whether or not some more permanent program might be appropriate.
Councilmember Parra, do you want to add to that?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to begin by thanking everybody that's written to us, both in support and opposition. It's really important as council members to hear feedback from the community, both positive and negative, so that we can get a good understanding as to concerns and how this will affect. And so affect, quality of life, et cetera, et cetera. And so obviously the main goal here was to be able to stimulate the economy on Main Street, to create another opportunity for gathering and, in a safe way. And so I know that a lot of people still are concerned about going indoors, whether it's to go indoors to shop, especially in smaller stores, indoors to go to a restaurant and what have you. And so this would be an opportunity to pilot, kind of an open environment on our Main Street. I'm really concerned about traffic. I've received lots of emails about that, and I am extremely concerned. I don't want traffic to end up going into, the residential areas. So I'm hopeful that when staff takes a look at this potential pilot, that they really, really take a good, strong look about how they can make sure or ensure that traffic doesn't get diverted into the residential neighborhoods. And then also I'm interested in not only information on the pilot for weekend, but a closure from Friday to Saturday or a closure for Saturday and Sunday only. Thank you.
Thank you. So shall we have our callers? Or do we have any questions of council members Parr or Davis? Seeing none, may we have the public comment, please?
Welcome, Hunter Hall. Your community member. You want your video turned on?
I'm good with audio.
Okay, your time starts now.
All right. Good morning, council members. Thank you for everything you've done for our community during the last year. We all know it's been really rough and stressful for city staff and you. Luckily, your willingness to try new things early in 2020 put us in a better spot than many of our neighboring cities. We really thank you for that, and along with every dedicated city staff member that played a role. So tonight, we urge you to grant us the flexibility and resources to launch this pilot program. Here's why. Outdoor dining has been crucial for all businesses around the country. Everyone knows that. Not just restaurants, but all businesses. Every business on Main Street has benefited immeasurably from our current alfresco program without giving much at all. We want to double down on it. As we know now, the fear that sacrificing some on-street parking for outdoor dining would be a losing proposition has been proven false over the last year. We want to move Main Street towards a more pedestrian, cyclist, and shopper-friendly environment for our retailers, too. Let's let the data speak for itself. Collectively, outdoor dining has a close to 90% approval rating by the city's own surveys. And there's a supermajority of OPA residents, businesses, employees, and customers on Main Street that support this pilot. Also, of all the publicly submitted comments on this item, there are 79 positive versus 34 negative. That's another supermajority. To be clear, though, like Councilmember Davis mentioned, this would be a pilot program. It's a test. We have no intention of keeping it going after a few weekends if there is overwhelming evidence that it is of no value to merchants or the community. We pledge to work with city staff and OPA to iron out all the details on timing, locations, emergency access, etc., and how we can mitigate any potential negative impacts on residents or businesses. Ideally, we'd like to commit to a few weekend closures to start, with the first one being at the end of June, but we would rapidly evaluate after each one and change it if needed, just like we did with the current alfresco program. We're really proud of our partnership with OPA, and it has proven to be a model for business and resident collaboration over the last few years. Everything we do together is carefully thought out, exhaustively discussed, and continually improved upon. Our record of success working together speaks for itself, and we're confident this pilot will be no different. Thank you.
Thank you, Hunter. Next caller.
Welcome, Roger Genzer. You're in the meeting. Would you like your video on?
Unmuted. Am I muted?
No, you're not. Would you
sorry.
like your video on?
No. Mayor Hemmerich and members of the council, my name is Roger Genser, and I'm a resident. I have been a resident of 2nd and Hill for 44 years. Thanks to all of you who responded to my letter. I've been active in Santa Monica for 4 decades, including 25 years on commissions, and I'm currently chair of the Landmarks Commission. But one of the earliest involvements I had was on the pre-OPA board almost 40 years ago, and I was on the Main Street Committee that developed a version of the Main Street specific plan. I would like to paint a brief picture of my street and those that surround it. It's a residential neighborhood. It's one of the oldest residential areas in Santa Monica. The proposed area is adjacent to the city's first historic district. And now this is important. The west side of 2nd Street has shallow 25 by 100 foot lots that directly abut the businesses on Main Street. The Conservancy's 1898 Shotgun House was originally across the street from me on one of those tiny lots. We live on the west side of an amphitheater. Main Street noise echoes all around the surrounding streets. And where are the cars going to be diverted to? 2nd Street is a narrow one-way street headed south. Ashland and Marine are very steep hills heading east from Main, and Hill is a hill street. The OPA survey that has been cited was limited in its scope. Most neighbors have no idea this has been proposed. There needs to be a formal public notice to the residents who are affected by this proposal and its dramatic change of use. 100 parking places have been eliminated along Main Street. The vast majority have no relationship to dining use. There is no daytime preferential parking south of Ocean Park Boulevard. That is the epicenter of this proposal. Parking is free on 2nd Street, 3rd Street, Ashland, Pier, Marine, and other side streets. It is not in the not too distant future, when things return to normal, the usual parking impact of the mentioned streets will return. The weekend is the worst. Fighting summer crowds, the farmers market, the 2 churches will be even more impossible with the elimination of additional parking.
Thank you. Your time is now. Your time is now up.
This cannot become the promenade number 2. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, Daniel Lodano. You're in the meeting and your time starts. Would you like your video turned on?
Fine either way. Thank you. Hi, my name is Daniel Londano. I'm a co-founder of Alfalfa. We're a brand new startup eatery in Main Street, not far from Earth Cafe. We're focused on salads and donuts, and our whole focus is on balance and mental health as an eatery. So I hope you guys will join us at some point. I'm here to speak in favor of this closure. We're actually a startup. This is our second store ever. We hail from Hoboken, New Jersey. And one of the reasons we decided to open our second store all the way across the country in Santa Monica was because of how forward thinking and progressive this community is. So as a startup focused on growing ourselves, we're really excited to work with Hunter and forward-thinking individuals to try these new ideas. We feel that the world is changing really rapidly, and we think that these types of bold ideas are what we need in order to succeed as a startup and have our fellow businesses around us succeed. So I'm hopeful that this pilot goes well. As others have said, it's only a pilot, so I think it's kind of a low-risk yes here. And hopefully this does extend down to us closer to Strand on Main Street, and we're pretty excited to hopefully get to benefit from this initiative. So I want to thank Hunter, and would love to meet some of you guys in person at some point.
Oh, so you're back. You got it.
Sorry, I lost my connection. It was so weird. I mean, I lost everything. So are we in speakers still?
We're oh, we have one more?
Yes, we do. I'm transferring Carl Hansen.
Welcome, Carl Hansen. You're in the meeting. Time starts now.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Hemmerich and council members, and happy late birthday, Mayor Hemmerich. I'm Carl Hansen, a resident and a housing commissioner, but speaking tonight as co-chair of Santa Monica Forward. Santa Monica Forward strongly supports the city in exploring the proposed temporary street closures on Main Street. We want Santa Monica to be a great place for residents, workers, and visitors of all ages to safely walk, bike, and scoot. If you ask anyone to list their favorite cities, you're unlikely to hear the name of a city that has prioritized the car. Instead, most people prefer cities that allow for slower and more sustainable transportation, places where people can interact out in the fresh air and not just speed through in their automobiles. In looking over other cities that have pursued similar programs, a few things are almost always true. When first proposed, there's often strong support and strong concern around programs like this, like we've seen here. But once these programs are implemented, the communities almost always become largely supportive. And I think this happens for two reasons. First, as is proposed here, these programs are often implemented as very flexible pilots that can quickly adapt to address concerns or be canceled if it's not working out. Second, pedestrianization consistently leads to improvements for a broad range of interest groups. In the letter Santa Monica Forward shared with you, we included a link to a paper that summarizes the results of pedestrianization projects across the globe. That paper shows how pilots like these can increase retail sales, decrease commercial vacancies, decrease the number of traffic injuries for both motorists and pedestrians, increase walking and cycling, increase bus ridership, and even improve car traffic flow because more people are getting out of their cars and choosing not to be in an automobile that's making more traffic. Finally, as we come out of the pandemic, finding creative ways to support local business and provide more outdoor experiences is critical to our economic recovery. Tonight, you're only voting to ask staff to come back with a plan for a pilot. We should have a robust discussion once that plan comes back, but I hope we'll move this forward now. Pedestrianizing portions of Main Street can both help address our current challenges of this post-pandemic recovery and also lead to a safer and more sustainable Santa Monica. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hansen.
That was our last caller.
Then I will move the item.
Moved by Davis. Do I hear a second? Seconded by Councilmember Para. May we have a vote?
Well.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wait.
Yes, I hear you, Councilmember Brock, and then Councilmember McCuman.
Yeah, we've received a plethora of emails over the last 3 or 4 days about this. And we have residents on 2nd and 3rd Street who are really, really concerned. We, in the past, have done summer solstice, the 4th of July parade, where we have closed the entire Main Street corridor or a long part of Main Street. From what I understand, what's been shared with me, the pilot program would be a half block or 3/4 of a block from Hill South, and then another half a block elsewhere on Main Street, and I forgot the exact location of the second piece. When I talked to OPA representatives of the OPA board, they had talked about possibly doing this once a month, Saturdays and Sundays only for the next 3 months. My thought is that will the residents who are not part of the OPA organization but live in that surrounding area be completely inconvenienced? And that is a big problem. And the second problem is who's paying for the $7,000 or $8,000 or $9,000 each weekend to close the street and bring in the portable closure apparatus. And then thirdly, and this goes to something else that we'll have to talk about probably at a future moment, but the third part of this is that in most parklets, most cities that have developed restaurant parklets, which, by the way, I love. I brought them back from a Recreation and Parks conference to the city in 2013 or 2014 with full plans from San Francisco. I love the concept. I want us to have outdoor dining forever. But I am concerned that, for instance, Jameson's at that corner, their parklet goes way beyond their restaurant borders and continues down the street. I'm hearing from retailers that they're concerned that people won't be able to see their stores and that their business is actually going to plummet rather than increase because the restaurants already right now on Main Street are packed. Chinois is busy every night. Jameson's is busy every night. So my concern is, are we really going to add to the business, or for the people who, contrary to one of our callers, many people are now afraid to take long walks or bicycle rides, even though we're getting vaccinated in the city because they're afraid of that close contact with other people. So there are more people driving right now instead of using public transportation. I think that will come back, but slowly. So if we do this pilot and it comes back to us in a couple of weeks to vote on, I'd like to make sure there's a finite amount of times in the pilot. I'd like to make sure that we really hear from the residents on 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Street over the next 2 weeks, and that we also start working on a plan to make sure that the parklets that are there become permanent and are confined to the width of each store as they would be in other cities, so that they don't take away frontage from other businesses. Thank you.
Councilmember McEwen, then Councilmember Delatorre.
The phone-in testimony that we got tonight was an almost perfect microcosm of the commentary, at least that I've received, on this issue in this past week. Some people think that this is an absolute disaster, and others think it's going to be the best thing since sex. And the reality is it's probably going to be someplace in between. And I've heard from a lot of people on 2nd and 3rd Street who I've known for years and for whom I have great respect. But I've also heard from other of their neighbors in Ocean Park who live there, who love Main Street, and who think this will be a good thing. Now, we're only asking staff to come back with a plan for a pilot. There's still time for more input and thinking things through. My basic background is science. I was a physics major. Sometimes when you don't know what the facts are going to be, the only way you can find out is to do an experiment. And in this case, the experiment will be short-term and reversible. So I hope that staff can come back with a pilot plan that honors all the concerns we've heard, but also gives us a chance to see, well, can this work? Should it work? If it works, what are the benefits to the people not themselves on Main Street? There may be benefits to the neighborhood as well as impositions. And I do want to find out, because I think that this is an idea worth evaluating and pursuing if the roughly 75% who think it's a great idea are right. And if the 25% who think it's going to be a disaster turn out to be right, I'll be right there with you to pull the plug. Thanks.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yeah, I think both everybody, Councilmember Parra, Brock, and McEwen all stated what I wanted to state. And I just think, right now we want to support businesses, especially we're all struggling, right, to recover, and our government funds a lot of social services that we need right now with our big pressing issues of homelessness and crime, safety, clean streets, and economic recovery. So it's a very important partnership for us, for businesses to prosper so that our city can provide those services. So I think a pilot is an appropriate step, and I do want to see a robust surveying of those residents in close proximity, to Main Street, to get their input as well. Thank you.
Mr. Gupta.
Yeah, thank you, members of the council. Just wanted to briefly provide a little bit of perspective from the staff point of view and point out that we have been planning at the June 8th council meeting to bring back a larger council item on the future of outdoor dining, outdoor retail and fitness, what we're calling life outside, that we've sort of discovered in Santa Monica during the past year, and the mechanisms by which we would authorize, pursuant to council direction, much of that to stay around in different ways once we're out of the emergency orders. So, that's coming back on June 8th. So one, possibility is to incorporate the plan with regards to Main Street, if council were to approve the motion tonight, into that council item. A couple of other points, and we'll incorporate this into staff's work on the plan as well. But one of the things that we did want to highlight, I did hear some of the council members reference Saturday, Sunday being optimal as opposed to the inclusion of Friday, and I think just particularly from the point of view of disruption of weekday bus routes, Main Street being a key corridor for the 1 and 8 lines, that is something that we would, certainly look at it as an important, factor to weigh in favor of a Saturday, Sunday approach rather than Friday through Sunday. And then, implementation timelines as well. We will, of course, do our best to implement per council direction. I think, the perspective from the staff is that one option would be to consider a bit of a delayed implementation later in the summer to mitigate the potential of overcrowding in the summer in these spaces. And also, these things do take some time, but I think we will certainly follow staff's or council's direction on that. The only other point with regard to assessing neighborhood impacts as well as resident sentiment, I just wanted to highlight that to date, the Main Street Business Improvement Association and Ocean Park Association partnership has been really exemplary, and we've, on the city side, staff side, have really appreciated the level of engagement, the level of outreach, the surveying, and the partnership that they've had with one another, and how that supports our work on the city staff side as well. That's going to be a key ingredient going forward, and so we will continue to lean on that successful partnership to continue to gauge resident sentiment, impacts on adjacent streets, et cetera, and really look to that as a model of collaboration between our business districts and our neighborhood groups as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis.
Well, can I just ask Mr. Gupta a question? And I know it's late, I apologize. But I'm assuming as we're contemplating the pilot, we can construct a pilot that hopefully will, for example, maybe divert traffic away from 2nd Street, which I know is a sensitive street. I happen to live closer to Nielsen, which could probably use some more traffic simply because that would slow traffic down instead of turning it into a raceway. So, I mean, I'm assuming that as we think about this pilot, we won't just sort of say, well, let's just close it down and see what happens, but really try and think about, are there things we can do to constructively make it a success in terms of not affecting the people who seem to be the most concerned.
Absolutely, Councilmember. That would definitely be a part of both, I think, the design of the pilot and then how we assess it. I think just, the formal traffic impact studies are quite resource intensive. And so I think I do want to caution a bit just in terms of the level of study and assessment we would be able to do. But I think absolutely in designing the closure and the mitigation efforts, as well as looking at the impacts, those considerations about thoughtful design would be a part of it as well.
Thanks.
I'm just going to jump in there to say we really, as Deputy City Manager Gupta mentioned, we really appreciate the partnership with the businesses and the neighborhood group. That helps us to mitigate neighborhood impact. It really does, because the businesses are with us. We can give them a call when we're encountering problems. We're hearing collected residential impacts. We won't be able to make everyone happy. I say that this won't be me, so I say that for my successor. But I do want to caution, we can make a whole lot of people happy, and we can do everything we can to mitigate neighborhood impacts. But we will be stopping bus service, we will be diverting where cars used to drive, et cetera. So that's just something that everybody needs to go in eyes wide open on, and we count on you as members of the council to also help us to be able to mitigate neighborhood impacts to the best of our ability and understand what those are.
Thank you. Do we have a motion on the table?
Yes. Made by Davis, seconded by Para.
Para, yes.
Thank you. It's amazing how a trip to the bathroom can totally fog your head. So let's, may we have a vote, please?
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Right. Councilmember Brock?
Yes. Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes. And so that concludes item 13C.
Next we have...
go ahead.
Next we have public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. We have 3 callers.
Transferring Teresa Marosco.
Welcome, Teresa Marosco. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you, council members. I tried to get in earlier to comment about item 3F and was not able to get on. And I just want to try to place those comments here. I also submitted my response to the Santa Monica Housing Authority. My email was never even opened up, and therefore my response was never submitted with the rest of the responses from the Resident Advisory Board members and submitted to HUD, was not submitted to HUD. Well, it's been refreshing to have a formal opportunity to make my voice heard on a resident advisory board. It's been long overdue, as that board should have been in place all along. The issues that a lot of Section 8 tenants encounter here in Santa Monica are never properly addressed by the Santa Monica Housing Authority, and therefore a resident advisory board is absolutely necessary. The question was asked earlier by Councilmember Brock about the Santa Monica Housing Authority and how it functions. While it may be part of the City of Santa Monica government agency, it is regulated by HUD. So in a sense, it is part of city government, but it is part of a larger federal system and governed by that federal system, and therefore the rules of the program are decided by HUD. And in saying that, there's many things that the Santa Monica Housing Authority has done to violate their contracts with HUD over the years that I have been here, and I hope to become one of those members who sits on an actual board. I would like to see the residents.
Your time is now up.
Transferring Jonathan Foster.
Welcome, Jonathan Foster. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hi again. Many of the things that I have to address, they makes me seem mean, right? And I'm not. I'm a highly skilled musician. I have straight A's in physics, except I didn't take the final exam, so I got D. And thank God to Jesus Christ. What I'm talking about is there was no Martin Luther King being addressed on 3rd Street Promenade. This is about 3.0. Got Herb Katz, Jim Kahn, Danny Zane, Jim Gorilli, Bill Tucker. Here's Robert Resnick. He was the chair of Bayside. He cut the ribbon, right? All these people blew Martin Luther King right out into nowhere because they didn't observe, because they didn't want to spend any money. Then, it seemed like a really nice place, right? Until it turned really mean. All of a sudden, I'm a highly trained, skilled musician. I don't want to sell cigarettes and beer. All of a sudden, I have a Brandon. You're getting kicked out of here. Was backed up with Daryl Bristol. What's going on out there? This is mean. I can't even believe that I, as a highly skilled, trained musician who can do so many things. Thank you, Mr. Brock, by the way, about the Colbert thing you were saying that somebody might get, on the Colbert show, Colbert, whatever his name is. I mean, my God, this is ridiculous. Talk about on the street. They were writing up black people. They had permits, but they got tickets. How does that happen? On 3rd Street Promenade. They're black people. They had permits. They got tickets. I mean, do you guys know what was going on out there? Does Robert Resnick know Bill Tucker, Herb Katz, Jim Kahn, Denny Zane, all these people? Do they know how to be treating people out on 3rd Street Promenade as performers?
Thank you. Your time is now up.
Criminal.
Transferring Denise Barton.
Welcome, Denise Barton. You're in the meeting now. Your time starts.
Good morning. Here I'd like to reference the April 1st, 2020 assessment of fair housing for Santa Monica, where it was found that you and the city discriminate against seniors and the disabled, citing a lack of support for people with disabilities. That there needs to be a full-time point of contact for a dedicated ADA coordinator, and that they coordinate the housing needs of people with disabilities, including assessing risk of violations and coordinating with city departments. With a contributing factor again being noted as a lack of affordable integrated housing for individuals who need supportive services. And the responsible program participants of keeping these horrific practices in place to continue discriminating against the disabled in Santa Monica. Santa Monica's affordable housing program include city staff, the Housing Commission, the Social Service Commission, the Disability Commission, and you, the City Council. Shame on all of you for taking funding for services you are not providing to seniors and the disabled, otherwise known as committing fraud. In the discussion portion, it states Santa Monica has an ADA coordinator, which is untrue. The city, as I've cited before, rotates unqualified city employees, such as Myrna now, and the city's crisis management department, who has been unwilling to assist me in getting reasonable accommodation for the white powder being put out daily in the common areas of my building, which makes me and others sick. All I've gotten from her since the beginning of September 2020 was a suggestion I had already done. Is part of the problem that the ADA coordinator has no list of duties for a public records request? Also, isn't the crisis management department's job to quash concerns that would negatively affect the city's funding? Thank you.
That was our last caller.
Mayor, you're muted.
I think we have 2 adjournments tonight. Is that correct, Phil?
It is with great sadness that we adjourn this council meeting in memory of Francis Fran Beeler, who passed away on April 6, 2021 after a long battle. with metastatic breast cancer. Fran was born on May 5th, 1942, to Walter and Hetty Hurley. She was a Santa Monica native who went to Roosevelt, Lincoln, and Santa Monica High School. She was well known and loved by so many. Everyone who met Fran was touched by her in some way and can share a story of how she impacted their lives. This includes all of her family, her children's friends, people she met in stores, walking down the street, at the doctor's office. Everyone remembers Fran and has a story of something special she did for them. Fran is survived by her 3 loving children, Gary Bloor, Glenn Bloor, and Karen Bloor Hunt. Her 7 grandchildren, John, Anna, Nicholas, Andrew, Ethan, Brooke, and Mia. Her brother, Pete Hurley, her partner for many years, Roy Green, and their dog, Riley, as well as countless other family and friends. On a personal note, I had the honor of coaching Gary and Glenn in basketball at the Boys Club of Santa Monica when I was, I believe, 17. So I've known their family for over 50 years. On behalf of the entire Santa Monica community, we convey to Fran's family our deepest condolences. It is also with great sadness that we adjourn this council meeting in memory of longtime city resident Margot Verge. Margaret Ann McGinnis Verge was born in Oakland, California to the famed McGinnis Costello clan, well known for their hospitality and quick wit. She had a loving marriage to Art Verge Sr. and a family that grew to 6 children. Her favorite haunt? Margot's, a diner on 16th and Montana, forever a living tribute to her avoidance, home-cooked meals. In recent years, she particularly enjoyed her time volunteering at the American Cancer Society Discovery Shop, and no matter what, she always made time for the 8 a.m. Mass at St. Monica's, always arriving by at least 8:07. Margot believed that joy could be achieved in line at Starbucks, that meals were truly better if you sat and appreciated them slowly, and that the Big Blue Bus and Taxi are the answers to the irreparable stress of driving. I met Art and Margot. Art was a counselor and professor at Santa Monica College and a legendary member of Santa Monica's Lifeguard Corps when I was 15, volunteering at the Boys Club. His children were part and parcel of the carry-on for Margot and Art. I hung with their family at Santa Monica Beach and have been acquainted with the Verges for over a half-century. Margot, was a ray of light at every community charity event in our city for decades, always with a smile and a good word for all. Her children are and will always be bright lights in our community, and community is always first for the 2 that I'm friends with, Mark and Suzanne. Dedicated to Santa Monica because Margot raised them to always care for each and every one of us. On behalf of our entire community and so many who knew Margot, we convey to Margot's family and Mark and Suzanne and their grandchildren our deepest condolences. Thank you. And I think Oscar or Kristen might want to say something.
Yeah.
Yes. Oscar, Kristen, yes, go please.
Margot was a very good friend of our families, and Suzanne is a close friend of my parents, and Mark is a close friend of mine. And it was sad, but she lived such an amazing life. And just, I have to say, Margot, I mean, their family in general is very good at making people feel seen and really understood. And one of my favorite things when my brothers and I would run into Mass, and we were rugrats and ridiculous, Margot would always stop and ask all of us how school was going, what we were doing, what was going on every week, and really keep tabs on all of us. And she did that for everyone. And so it's a real loss, but her life and what her children have the legacy they've kept, it'll just go on forever. So thank you, Phil, for bringing that tonight.
Oscar?
Yes, I also just want to, acknowledge, all the great work and, that Margot's done, and in her memory, to adjourn this meeting. But, the greatest legacy that we leave behind is our children. And I worked with Suzanne when she was president of the Brady campaign, an activist on ensuring, on gun control. She was one of the first in the city of Santa Monica that I can recall, advocating for these issues, before it was popular. And, Mark, I mean, what can I say about one of the most generous Santa Monicans, someone who, uplifts a lot of people, provides many jobs for just a whole lot of people. And on top of that is just provides opportunities for everyone that he meets, So I just want to acknowledge, the legacy that she leaves behind and the great work of her children in this community.
Thank you all very much. It's a wonderful note to adjourn. And I will adjourn this meeting. Our next meeting is May 11th at 5:30 p.m. I'll see you all then. And thank you for being here.
Happy birthday, Mayor Hamorich.
Happy birthday, Mayor.
I'm officially 68 years old.